Hello, everybody, and welcome in. First things first, voice cached, completely cached. I apologize for that. So any yelling that I might do today on the rant, it's going to be a bit muffled. It's going to sound a little bit weird. I'm still battling a cold. Welcome, everybody. It's the rant. I am Pugs Moran. Hi. Oh, man. Live from the Kelly Moore Memorial Studios here on Radio Misfits. RadioMisfits.com. Collection of former radio people such as myself who just don't work in that business anymore because that business has, as they say, constricted significantly over the past 20 years. Who do we got in the chat room? Let me see. Let's say hi to our chatters. Come one, come all. Chat room, let's go. Show is live. Sorry, just I'm monitoring some top news. We got big stories today. We got to figure out, we got breaking news in the Alex Pretti situation. He's the ICU nurse who was shot and killed in the streets there in Minneapolis. So we've got new information concerning that. And I'm looking right now at new information concerning Ilhan Omar and what was sprayed on Ilhan. So we'll talk about that. We'll get into everything. We got a whole bunch of stuff going on. I mean, we've got, of course, the show has been very anti-MAGA lately. That wasn't the intent. It really wasn't. I think you people who have been with me for years and years, you've known from the very beginning that I think that Trump is a clown. But I've thought he was a clown since the 80s. Like, this has always been my issue with Trump. In 2016, it was a goof that he was running for president. He came down the elevator. It was a goof. It was like, this is funny. This is like when Gary Coleman runs for governor in California. You know, shit like that. But it turned out not to be a goof because I learned very quickly that not everyone saw Donald Trump the way me and the way normal people saw Donald Trump throughout the 90s and in the 80s. He was a clown. He was a P.T. Barnum. I thought everybody knew that. Apparently, no. Apparently, a lot of people thought that he was, worthy of becoming the most powerful man in the world. So he got the job. And I think that, over the past couple of years, you've heard me. I've been open to maybe this guy accomplishing some things and methods that I was not familiar with or entirely comfortable with, but I was willing to give him a chance, and I did. I gave him a chance all the way up until about midsummer, and then I just fucking cracked. So here we are, calling a spade, if you will. So if the show has seemed to be a bit more anti-MAGA over the last couple of weeks, it's just because of what the fuck is going on in the world, and you cannot stay silent. We are all gifted our time on this rock, whatever you want to call it. We all get about, I don't know, maybe 80 spins. I don't know how many years, 80, 90, whatever. But it's the stuff that occurs, during our relevant years, let's call them. Between like 25 and like 75 or 80, whatever you want to call it, our relevant years. And some people just live in bland vanilla times, spend their whole lives, but generations of people who have just kind of spent, there's also been generations of people who, lived through the Depression and the Holocaust and Civil War and all of that. I really thought that we, Generation X, millennials, whatever you want to call us, I really thought that we kind of, escaped all of that shit. I thought that, our world is soft and cushy, and no matter what we're complaining about, we still got a roof over our head. We still got power on in the house, and we've got 150 billion channels to choose from if we need to anesthetize ourselves. So I pretty much thought that was it for us. And then, just recently, it is looking like we are in some truly historic times. And I hope that this show has reflected that, because I just feel compelled to sit here on the sideline like the big fat lump of nothing that I am and comment. I'm not playing the political game anymore. I don't give a fuck, Well, I'm a Republican and I don't like what you said. Oh, shut the fuck up, man. Are you my friend or are you not my friend? Because if you're partisan ideology somehow means that you don't like anything else about me, then fuck off, right? Is that the world that we're in? Fuck off. I got friends that are all different kinds of people. So my criticisms, I just need everybody to know they're heartfelt. They don't come with an agenda. I'm not trying to hell, if I was trying to accomplish something 4.5 years ago, I would have gone nuts MAGA, right? I would have just been, if I was a bullshit artist, I'd have started this show, and this show would have been the kind of show that is obviously successful here in the streaming world. But I didn't. I decided in the moment when we launched the show that we were going to be a show for normal people. The concept that I had, and I've iterated it over and over again. 15 on the right are gone and crazy, and we can't deal with them. They wear the red hats. They stand in line in the rain to see a fucking 80-year-old con man give a speech. Those are the 15% on the right. They are gone. They're not showing up to any of our Thanksgiving dinners anymore because they've been long banned. We need to cut them loose and forget about them. And who am I speaking as? A member of civilized society. 15% on the right. We've got the same on the left, though. It's just that the left isn't in the barrel right now. All right? So if it's just, well, what aboutism says that I should say something mean about the left, and fuck that. You know what? The left, they're fucking inept. They're feckless. They're doing nothing. They are the opposition party, and we are getting steamrolled. So yeah, there's 15% over there. You know, the leftists, the making Molotov cocktails, let's attack fucking Tesla dealerships. They're gone too. So that leaves 15 gone. That leaves 70, and that's who this show was originally intended for. But I don't know that the normal 70% is still the normal 70%. I feel like most normal people are looking around going, what the fuck? Greenland, Minnesota, federal troops being dropped places. This fucking guy's tweeting about the new kickoff rule in the NFL. What does he think that makes him charming? Shut the fuck up. By the way, I've also been talking about how I fully recognize that in these very bizarre times where anything is possible, anything, they can start rounding up people, and it'll just be something on the news that you watch with your popcorn and you go, wow, look at that. They just kicked in Hillary's door. She's in handcuffs now. Anything is fucking possible from this crew. Here's why I think anything is possible. Trump knows he's gone. I think Trump is looking around at the polling, historically low polling. He's the lowest polling president in the history of modern polling. He knows the midterms are going to absolutely destroy his movement because, again, fingers crossed, the 70% have had it. So he knows that he's going to get overwhelmed. Both houses of Congress. I believe they're going to win. I believe the opposition Democrats are going to win the Senate as well. I do. Wholesale change is what I think people are craving. I think we've given this enough time. The fucker had 4 years, and then we went, nah, he was terrible. And then we had 4 years of an old man who everybody made fun of. So everybody's like, hey, let's try the other old man again. And now we got this, and the wheels are fucking off the cart. So here's what he knows. He sees the polling. He's a big numbers guy. He's a big ratings guy. He knows he's done. He's cooked. He's going to lose the House. He's going to get impeached. He'll probably lose the Senate, fingers crossed. He'll get really impeached. Because remember, impeachment isn't really what we were led to believe. The Congress can be like, this guy's terrible. He's destroying America. And the Senate can go, no. So, okay, checks and balances. It's nice to see checks and balances are still in operation somewhere in this fucking government. But no, I do. I think that especially with the way things are going right now, I think that there is a real fear in Trump that he's in trouble. Because if he gets impeached and then he gets kicked out of office, You better believe there are going to be charges. He's going to, and I told you about his exile plan. We've talked about the plane. He's going to fly off to his Trump mansions in Saudi Arabia. We know about, we can see it. I'm paying attention. Are you? So he knows this is happening. So I would suggest that over the next 6 months, anything is possible. This guy can declare martial law. He can call himself king. He can send federal troops anywhere he wants. All bets are off because he's desperate and he knows the run is over. Now, here's the play. Because don't think for 1 minute, well, we can't impeach Trump and then have J.D. Vance. Oh, we're impeaching J.D. Vance too. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you honestly think that that's the plan? That they're going to impeach Trump and then J.D. Vance is going to get to be president? No, they're going to impeach J.D. Vance too. And I'll tell you one step further. They're going to impeach every member of his cabinet. They're going to get everybody out of there. But guess what, MAGA? And here's the bad news. And I don't even know that I support this, but it sure does make me laugh because you know what's going to happen? As soon as the opposition wins the House, Hakeem Jeffries is going to become speaker. And then they're going to impeach everybody. And then Hakeem Jeffries is going to be president of the United States. Nice job, MAGA. Good work. Yeah. And you know what? I'm all fucking for it. I'm all for it. I don't care. I don't know dick about Hakeem Jeffries. I don't watch Fox News, so he hasn't been demonized. I just know he's a dude. Where's he from? New Jersey, New York, where some East Coast? No, is that Booker? I don't know. You know why I don't know? Because I'm not a weird, radicalized fucking political dork. I'm a normal person. So here's the play. Here's the play. And this is how the midterms can be saved. It's going to be a blue wave, but how do you hold out some hope for maybe saving some semblance of what this is? Here's the play. Over the next 6 months, J.D. Vance needs to initiate the 25th within the cabinet. That's the play. If J.D. Vance orchestrates a 25th Amendment coup within Trump's cabinet, and they decide that he's gone, he will then at that point, as long as it's not done by the Congress, he will then elevate to president, J.D. Vance. And he could do this. He could do this in June. Nah, you know what I would say? I said yesterday on Twitter, J.D. Vance could do this in August. If J.D. Vance did this in August, you could save some semblance of whatever this cacophony of evil that's been cobbled together in our House of Congress. You might be able to save some of that for MAGA or the right, because they will see that, oh, it's crazy. Oh, but something's changed. So I've got aspirations for hope, right? This is he could be good. So we got a new guy. We got rid of the bad guy. Okay, I can vote for these people again. That might be the only move. And the reason I say it's got to be done in mid-July, late July, because that gives enough time for the MAGA base to be optimistic, but not so much time that they're disappointed in the result. Same thing the Democrats did when they removed Biden and went with Kamala. They provided enough time for people to be optimistic, but not enough time for people to be fully disappointed and not vote for her. So that's what I see coming. I think Trump is in real danger, and I think he knows it. Jesus, we'll talk about this. He's turning now on the Second Amendment, right? The Second Amendment people, the principled people who are supposed to be all about that, our right to stand up to a tyrannical government, those people are now being challenged by their hero who says that, no, you can't have guns anywhere. I thought you wanted teachers armed. I thought you wanted guns everywhere. And now, so we'll talk about that a little bit. Let's say hi to the chat room here early on in the show. Come one, come all. I just told you my theory. Who do we got in the chat room? Who was in first? I like to give these shout outs. Oh, looks like Maddie was in first. Look at Maddie. Maddie was in first. Maddie was in first, and she says that Kristi Noem is a bird-legged hoe. Gotta slow your roll there, Maddie. Bird-legged? I don't know, man. She looks pretty good in blue jeans to me. She's the secretary of Blue Jeans. And hats. She looks so cute in hats. How old is she? How old is Kristi Noem? No, is she dateable? Could I date her? Everybody, this is my girlfriend, former secretary of nonsense, Kristi Noem. I could date her. She's beautiful. She's a beautiful woman. But that's also indicative of what this entire administration is about. Hot chicks. I'll give you an example. Somebody on Twitter forwarded a picture of Alina Habba, who is one of Trump's fembot attorneys, right? Chicks that aren't actually good at being attorneys, but they fucking look good. And that Alina Habba, she's a hubba. So somebody tweeted a picture of her in a bikini and they said, "This is Trump's attorney. Eat your heart out, Biden." Like, what? Biden's got a bunch of 70-year-old Jewish men as his attorneys. I'll roll with Biden in a court of law. Sorry, I don't know about you thinking what, because she's hot, she suddenly knows the law? What's the matter? This is the level of stupidity that these people are putting out there and gobbling up. Oh, God, that's right. But I like Trump because his attorneys are hotter. What the fuck is that? It's just so fucking stupid and lowest common denominator. And you, the people of MAGA, a lot of you are good people of MAGA, have been fucking spoon-fed, dumbed down bullshit, and you just eat it all up. You love it. You don't push back against it. You know what? You can say, I don't love it. I just ignore it. You don't push back against it. You don't push back against that fucking bullshit in your own party. I can tell you, as somebody who considers them a left-leaning moderate, I used to be just a total centrist, but I am now a left-leaning moderate. Thank you, Trump. Someone who considers themselves a left-leaning moderate, I get into fights all the time with stupid liberals who say stupid shit. I never see that with MAGA. I never see MAGA calling out your absolute fucking worst. Get on that. Get on that. We've got Amy. Amy says, hi, Pugs. Hi, Amy. Barney, she's 54, huh? Noem is 54. So I could have gone to high school with her. I like that. I like to think that I could have been a junior dating a hot freshman Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem dated seniors. You know that she was that freshman girl because she was... Okay. All right. Kristi Noem is a teenager. Look at us. That's what we got to find. There's got to be a picture. Hold on. Kristi Noem. Teenager. Okay, all right, let's see what Kristi Noem looked like as a teenager. Oh boy, not good. It's looking kind of weird, gotta be honest with you. Hold on. Here we go. Kristi Noem search images. All right, what is this? What are we looking at here? Look at that hair. Yeah, but I mean, that's fine. That hair, everybody of my generation has a wall in their house filled with people with these haircuts. So I can't really. Still doing the hats. Look at Kristi Noem doing hats. Them's what we call DSLs, ladies and gentlemen. DSLs. There she is. Bad haircut. This is when she got clammed up for MAGA. She got the Mar-a-Lago makeover. This was her when she was elected governor. She was 1990 South Dakota Snow Queen. Of course she was. Aw, is that the dog she shot in the face? That's a weird picture. Her with a dog. She's a famous dog murderer. Yeah, you know what? I got to be honest. She was cuter when she was normal. This is trying too hard. This is way over the top. She's a cute, normal person, and now she's a Mar-a-Lago fucking fembot. See, look at this. This is a good-looking woman. She's an attractive woman. When she was normal. All right, here we go. This is us in high school. Kristi Noem in high school. Yeah, she was dating seniors. You just know it. She's one of them types. Freshman girl who... let's see here. Jen says, Noem is fucking startling to look at. Scary. I disagree with that. I don't think she's startling to look at. I think she looks like a type of woman that we see put on display at Mar-a-Lago. She's got a look that fits in with the Trump universe. And, that's what I don't think it's startling. I think it's funny that it's so repetitive that they all look the same. There's nobody with like some kind of individual style. They all have the hair, the extensions, the makeup, the implants, whatever. Amy says all those fillers and Botox, they ruin your face. Barney being respectful. Governor Noem. No, I know what he's doing. I'm sorry, Barney. I'm just teasing. I'm just getting ready for us to fight later today, Barnes. Barney says, Governor Noem looked like a junior high English teacher. Secretary Noem looks like a junior college English teacher. Who has an OnlyFans account, Barney? You need to tag it with that. I'll agree with you. Governor Noem looked like a junior high English teacher. Secretary Noem looks like a junior college English teacher who it's revealed has an OnlyFans account. Dude, she does not look like a junior college English teacher now. No, she doesn't. She looks like the 40-year-old woman who's married to a 90-year-old guy who owns 10 car dealerships outside Bismarck. That's what she looks like. She looks like a trophy wife. And that is the look that MAGA goes for. Trophy wife. Doesn't matter if you're a professional woman, you got to look like a trophy wife. Trump don't want to look at no uglies. Ooh, who's the ugliest person in the MAGA fucking universe? It's got to be that Stephen Chung guy, right? It's got to be him. It's got to be the shit-talking troll that they keep in the basement who just tweets all of Trump's most reprehensible thoughts. Let's look at this guy. Hold on. White House. Yeah, so this is going to be the floor. Is it Stephen with a PH? Is it the gay spelling? There we go. Not Stephen. It's the straight guy spelling. All right, look at this guy. This has got to be the ugliest guy in the Trump universe. And this is the evil little troll who sits in a basement and just fucking social media is everything. Like all the shit, all the worst stuff that Trump says, well, the stuff that you don't think is him, is coming from this guy. Look at him. Look at him. He's the ugliest man in MAGA. Look at this fuck. Look at him. Oh, yeah, look at this evil. You know why he's pissed. He's pissed at the world because, well, look at him. Look at the shape of his fucking head, man. Oh, jeez. All right, there you go. All right. We don't need to do who's the hottest person in the MAGA universe because they're all fucking hot in some way, shape, or form. They're just all dumb as a bag of hammers. That's the problem with them. Yeah, Maddie's got it. That's maybe what I was looking for. They all have the trad trophy wife. Let's merge the two. I say all the Mar-a-Lago look is a trophy wife look, but it is a trad trophy wife look. Although I don't think so. It is not it is not. You know what? I'm going to push back. The Mar-a-Lago look is not in any way, shape, or form trad unless breast implants and low-cut dresses and fucking $10,000 Armani shit. No, that is not. That is straight up trophy wife shit. You know who a MAGA trad wife is? Katie Britt. Senator Katie Britt. Look at her. She is a trad wife, okay? She ain't Kristi Noem. They're doing totally different looks. Yes, he does. Maddie says Stephen Chung looks like Beldar Conan. He does. All right, let's see. Any new people in the chat room? I like to throw out new people. I don't see any new people today. We had a bunch of new people yesterday. We had new people all day yesterday checking us out. Hopefully they'll come back. Did you bring a friend? It's Bring a Friend Day here on the Rant. Nobody brought a friend. Nobody has friends. We're friends. That's it. It's just us, I suppose. That's it. Hold on, guys. Good Lord. Google Documents did that thing where, hey, you haven't touched this page in like 5 minutes. You need to re-sign in. Hold on. What is I think this is it. I don't know. Is this the right password? It is. Success, folks. Success. All right, let's get into it. So there's some breaking Alex Pretti news that we need to talk about. But first, I want to draw your attention to something that I saw this morning and I just couldn't shake. I saw this morning. Let's look at it together. And then let's not talk about the validity of the claim because it's complete bullshit. But let's talk about the kind of person who feels compelled to put this kind of obvious bullshit out there. Okay, here we go. This is a post that I saw earlier today. It is, of course, a picture of Alex Pretti, and it says, "Hospital director speaks out." Ooh, Alex Pretti's boss is talking. Let's listen. Hospital director speaks out. Former employee Alex Pretti was fired 3 months ago amid multiple complaints of inappropriate behavior. No source cited, no fucking nothing. Just this person, Mrs. S. I'm Mrs. S. I wonder why they aren't reporting this about Alex Pretti. Because it's bullshit. And we don't get bullshit news. We try to watch real journalism. That's why, Mrs. S, you dumb fucking cunt. There you go. I said the C word twice. I said it yesterday and I'm saying it again today. So, it's obviously not true. I mean, it's completely not true. There's a note here. Alex Pretti was not fired from any hospital. He was a current ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA healthcare system. The claim originates from a fabricated article on a fake news site. Okay. Let's go into these things. All right, so somebody points this out. No less a source than Dick Long. Dick Long here is pointing out that this is bullshit. This is absolutely not true. Hold on, let me get some of these windows closed so I know what I'm doing. All right. All right, let's get rid of that. Hold on. I lost my place, guys. I'm sorry. I got so many damn windows open. All right, here we go. All right, we're back to Dick Long, right? All right, so here's Dick Long. He says, my wife showed me this story a few minutes ago. Oh, Mrs. Dick Long? Dick Long is married to a Russian bride, Ivana Kuchakakov. My wife showed me this story a few minutes ago from a Facebook post. It came from Buzz Report 24/7, which appears to be entirely bullshit. All right, somebody is at least pointing it out to Miss S. What does Miss S say? Look at what she says. Yeah, they do a lot of crap, but they do get some stuff right. No, they don't. They don't get, no, they don't. No, they don't, Mrs. S. They don't get any stuff right. They don't. You're just out here saying shit that you want to believe. Now, let's check in on Mrs. S. Let's see what her deal is. Because let me tell you something. Mrs. S ain't real. She is not real. Mrs. S with her little picture that makes her look like a Midwestern grandma. Mrs. S is a fucking bot. Someone named Sergey is running this account from some fucking hangar in Siberia. But she puts out this stuff. Here's the point. You guys not understand what's happening, MAGA? Your side, your thought leaders are all fucking bots because they know that you're stupid people and that you're really easy to manipulate and you have a penchant for going with what you want to be true as opposed to what isn't true. So what is the reason here for saying this kind of awful shit about a guy who we all saw executed in the fucking street by federal troops, a guy who was an ICU nurse, a guy who seemed to be an upstanding member of his community? What is the point, Mrs. B, with 109,000 followers? 109 fucking thousand. Oh, here it is. Oh, she's the one who put this one up. There it is. Yeah, that's the same fucking woman. Remember, I mentioned this earlier. Mrs. S. This is Trump's lawyer. Eat your heart out, Biden. Yeah, she's a fucking terrible lawyer. You know, like all of her cases in New Jersey have been thrown out because they found that she was corrupt on one of them. Yeah, that's why you don't hear about her, Trump's hot lawyer, anymore, because she's fucking currently toxic. But no, this is Trump's lawyer. Eat your heart out, Biden. I know plenty of MAGA people who don't think good legal representation rests on whether or not you want to fuck your attorney. I know there are MAGA people that know that. So what is this? She's going for the low-hanging fruit. She's trying to get I keep saying she's a Russian bot. Hundred and something thousand followers. I got like 1,500. So if I just fucking lie and make shit up and just constantly lie and constantly make shit up, I'm going to have 100,000 followers too because you've got to pander to the low-hanging fruit? Fuck that. I'm out, man. The people who that appeals to, because here's the thing, although the site, the source, if you will, the poster is not real. It's not a real Mrs. S. Okay, some grandma in Nebraska doesn't have 100,000 fucking followers. She's not real. Person running the account is real. And what is the person running that account banking on? Well, here's what I think. I think there is something that is very clear in the world right now in 2026. It has nothing to do with politics, has nothing to do with how you voted, has nothing to do with your yard signs. There are just simply two kinds of people in this world today. There are people who care and people who don't give a fuck. There are people who care, who legitimately get bummed out when they see a whole bunch of homeless people, who legitimately are empathetic towards strangers. And then there are people who don't give a fuck. Then there are people who are just like, no, how does that affect me? How is it? It's all about me. So how does it, what, me? Fuck that guy. Ha, 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 ha. He's got less than me. That's it. It's not about politics. It's about identifying those very different types of people. Now, I don't know how many, I don't know which side is winning. I don't know which side has more, which side has less. But it is absolutely clear to me now at this advanced age that there are two kinds of people in this world. There are people who care and people who don't. And the problem is that the people who don't care, because they have no capacity for empathy, they don't get it. The people who don't care think that all the people who care are fucking faking. That's true. That's true. I remember years ago on this show where this became really clear to me. This was back when, we were in the middle of the COVID thing, right? And I was having a conversation with somebody about why some people are still wearing masks. And I was making the case as to why. And by the way, a lot of people were still wearing masks at this point. We still had masks in our glove box, and we'd walk into the Kroger and we'd put our mask on because what the fuck? I don't want to get yelled at by somebody, right? We all had to do it. I accepted it. I accepted it, as did a whole bunch of other people, because you know what? I didn't go to fucking medical school because I don't know shit about contagious diseases. And as a human being, I have, throughout the course of my life, decided that I'm going to trust doctors who know more about the specific situation that I'm going through than I do. So that's just what I did. I wore masks just like all the normal people wore masks. Not all of us liked it. Some of us hated it. I hated it. But I remember having this conversation with somebody about masks, and he said, I don't fucking wear a mask anymore. And he's like, ah, blah, blah. And I said, well, you do realize that some of the people who are wearing masks still are wearing masks because they don't want to get other people sick, because we recognize that we don't know how this works, but whatever, people are dying. That can't be denied. Something's going on. I'm a fucking talk radio host. You think I know shit about pandemics, about how these things are? I don't know shit about it, but I will listen to people who seem like they know about it. Hey, man, if Dr. Peter Hotez, the infectious disease specialist down there at Baylor University, ever needs to learn how radio ratings break down and how the demics apply, cum and rating number, how they don't always correlate. If Dr. Peter Hotez needs information, he come to me. I will tell him all about that. But if I need to know something about a fucking infectious disease that is rampant, I'm going to listen to those people. Now, Mistakes were made. We get that. But that's what happens. You don't get to just stand there and go, I gambled on you being wrong and I was right. Oh, fuck you. You're a hillbilly. You don't know shit about it. You shot bleach into your veins and you didn't die. And now you think that you've discovered something incredible. Shut the fuck up. Well, I don't trust doctors. Oh, yeah? Yeah, okay. Next time you have chest pains, just go find yourself a nice tree to sit under. Just, you don't trust doctors until you fucking need a doctor. This person could not understand that I understood that you got to look out for other people. At this point, I'm just looking out for other people. I'm not sick. I don't want to get anybody else sick. I'm respecting people. I still to this day see people in stores wearing masks. And you know what I assume? Because there are two ways you can go when you see somebody at the Kroger wearing a mask. There's two ways. One, you can go the MAGA way, which is, what the fuck? I'm going to say something. Or you can go the decent human being way and think, maybe this person's going through some shit that I don't know about, and I ought to just mind my own fucking business. See, those are the two people, again, showing up. People who care are the ones who are, like, thoughtful about it and are like, oh, maybe there's something other than me just thinking they're a terrible liberal who's fucking wearing it. You know what I mean? So there are two ways to look at this. Anyway, that's the problem. Anyway, in the conversation with this person, I realized that this person just does not have any comprehension for the fact that other people might actually care about strangers. And I thought, holy shit. This person just thinks I'm having this conversation with this person and it clicks in me and I'm like, this person truly doesn't get that other people care about other people. So that's the problem. That's what we got. That's why we got Miss S here. That's why we got that's why she's got thousands of comments on this. Should we read some of the comments? No, let's not. We don't need to do that. Why? I mean, what purpose? What kind of person are you who is sitting on Twitter 4 days after this occurred looking to find mud on the guy who got shot and killed? I was looking for a reason to fucking hate that guy. Miss S told me on Twitter that he was fired from his hospital job for inappropriate behavior. I don't know what that is, but somebody in the thread said that he molested children. Another Democratic pedophile. And then all of a sudden you got AI pictures of Alex Pretti with Bill Clinton on Lolita Island. That's what they do. They're just pieces of shit. And I don't know who's the bigger piece of shit. Sergey, who's in a fucking airplane hangar in Siberia running 50 different fucking alt-right, is that even a word now? 50 different MAGA accounts trying to stir up the dummies, because that's what they're doing. That's the plan. Create division in America. That's the plan. That has been Putin's slow roll plan since the fall of communism. Putin is a communist. The whole world laughed at the Soviet Union when America finally won the Cold War. Well, guess what? Putin's been playing this slow roll game for about 40 years. And now look at us. We fucking hate each other. Oh, Pugs, there are no Russian bots. Oh, shut the fuck up. Even Elon Musk admits there are just an exorbitant amount of Russian bots. And Miss S is one. And if you follow Miss S or if you follow any of these bots, you are being manipulated. And the fact that you follow them is an indication that you are stupid. Because they only want the stupid. All right, there you go. That's it. I just wanted to start off with that. Amy in the chat room. Amy says, I've seen some trad wives who look pretty natural. They're just naturally pretty, but usually wearing makeup. Trad wife, traditional wife. That's a woman. That is a woman. It's now a genre or a sub. It's now a woman who just gets married, has kids, and stays home. Traditional. Like, traditional, like in the grand tradition of the 1950s when women weren't allowed to have careers. Traditional. Jesus. I mean, and this is a lifestyle choice, and it's a fine choice. Let me tell you something. I would love to be a trad husband. Well, no, wait, no. Non-trad. I would love to be a non-trad husband where I get to stay. I would kill as Mr. Mom. People are always like, you would hate it. I'm like, no, I wouldn't. You would hate it. You'd be bored. What is the TV out? Do we not have internet? What do you mean I'd be bored? I would just sit around all day. I'd clean. I'd keep the house clean. Anyway. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with a woman who wants to dedicate herself to staying home and creating this, utopian type domestic experience. That's great. That's great. It's not the kind of woman I'm interested in. I'm not. That's not. I like a woman who's a fucking ass kicker. I like a woman who's got goals and plans. But I was raised by a single mom. I was raised around women who could do everything. So I'm not threatened by a woman who's competent. I was raised around it. I grew dependent upon it. So you can take your weird trad wife lifestyle and hey man, if it works for you, that's great. But nah. I'd like to be married to like a shark lawyer. That'd be cool. That'd be just like, somebody that's just like really sharp. Yeah, Barney's on it. That's true. That is why they had to housewife. Housewife sounds lame. It's housewife. Trad wife, trad, TRAD, trad. That's fun. I'm an alpha and this is my trad. Yeah, it's fucking that kind of thing. Low hanging fruit type stuff. Trad, man. Let's rebrand it, man. Fucking alpha. I want to fight Matt Walsh. There you go. I just said it. I want to fight him. I want to fucking fight him. Matt Walsh, you fucking cunt. You want to step in a fucking ring with me? I'm a 55, 56-year-old man. Let's fucking go. Matt Walsh, you little fucking pussy. Yeah, it'll never happen. Be great if it did, though. Oh, Jesus, I would choke him out so quick. That'd be the first thing I'd do. I would choke him out, and then while he was unconscious, I'd fucking do all kinds of horrible things to him. I'd stick things in his butt. Oh, my God, I would. I'm like, hey, who's got a pen? I'd be sticking pens in his butt. I'd do all kinds of stuff while he was unconscious. Wake up with a bunch of fucking Sharpie markers in his ass. That's what you get when you step into the ring with me, Matt Walsh, you fucking bearded cunt. Said it 3 times. I've said cunt 3 times, now 4 in the last 2 days. It's all a part of my slow roll for 2026 for us in America to adopt the British use of the word cunt, which is constant and endless and kind of funny. I will say that in the realm of expletives, bloody cunt is about as hardcore as it gets. And they say that shit on TV in England. That's like TV talk. All right. Maddie says she has a funny story about one of Trump's lawyers. We got stuff to do, though. She call. But we got stuff to do. I'm in the middle of stuff. All right, here we go. Let's do this. By the way, we pitched a new idea last night. Maddie and I were talking. Oh, fuck! Shit. Maddie, I think I said I was going to call you this morning. Oh, jeez, I'm sorry. It's my bad. Just realized that. We had a new idea. Maddie brings a friend. We're Maddie, because she knows so many people and she's really well connected and she's a competent young woman. She's, I made the mistake of calling her a young woman before, and she was like, "I am not." I'm like, okay. So Maddie brings a friend, I think, is a new segment we're gonna do. We're trying to roll in some guests, so Maddie brings a friend. We're gonna do that. In addition to the bi-weekly whatever what's on Maddie's mind segment that we rolled out. All right, thank you. Maddie says it's okay. Why is Texas man? Okay, she says Dr. Hotez is great. Yeah, man. I mean, I like him. I like Fauci. I don't have a problem with Fauci because, again, I don't watch Fox News, so I haven't heard all the bullshit. So, these are doctors. Whatever. I will say this, though. Dr. Peter Hotez Dr. Peter Hotez looks just like Eddie Van Halen. I'm sorry, he looks like Eddie Van Halen if Eddie Van Halen went to medical school. Here, show you this one. There's got to be side-by-sides because I am not the first person to point this out. Maybe I am the first person to point this out. I don't. All right. Oh, no, there it is. Maybe it comes up. All right, hold on. Let's see. Dr. Peter Hotez looks like Eddie Van Halen. Why are there no pictures of Eddie Van Halen? I wanted to see a side-by-side. All right, here you go. He looks like Eddie Van Halen if Eddie Van Halen went to medical school. All right, not so much here, right? All right, so then not so much here. Kinda. Not so much. Not so, maybe he doesn't. No, he does. Every time he's on TV, I'm like, that dude looks like Eddie Van Halen. All right, we're not seeing any good Eddie Van Halen-like looks. All right, whatever. Anyway, he reminds me, he looks like Eddie Van Halen to me. Boy, that went nowhere. That was not a good distraction. All right, let's get into what we're talking about today. As of 6 o'clock last night, there was some breaking news that came out concerning the Alex Pretti murder. We're calling it murder now. Two federal officers are known to have fired guns into Alex Pretti. This, according to the initial DHS report, both of these officers have been put on administrative leave. Both agents were placed on administrative leave, according to DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin. Why would people who were being attacked by a madman with a gun who came with the express intent to murder federal officers, why would those officers need to be put on administrative leave? I'm a little confused by this. I don't think that's because, see, I believe everything MAGA tells me. So MAGA told me that this guy, Alex Pretti, was a domestic terrorist who showed up waving his gun around, threatening officers with the gun. Then when officers was like, hey, mister, you can't do that, Alex Pretti said, I'm a bad guy. I can do what I want. And then they all, the brave officers then descended upon him. Luckily, none of them were shot. I mean, that's the story we were told. So why on earth, why was Greg Bovino basically fired? Why are the two officers who fired shots, why are they on administrative leave? What is going on here? I think somebody is lying to us. Two federal officers fired their guns during Alex Pretti's fatal shooting, according to an initial review by the Department of Homeland Security. Both agents were placed on administrative leave, according to the DHS spokesperson, Tricia McLaughlin. The preliminary report from a Customs and Border Protection internal investigation led by the agency's Office of Professional Responsibility was sent to congressional committees Tuesday, including the House Homeland Security and Judiciary committees. The Department of Homeland Security report said that during the encounter, January 24th, an officer yelled, "He's got a gun," multiple times. And then, approximately 5 seconds later, a BPA agent, Border Patrol, discharged his issued Glock 19 and a CBPO, Border Patrol, whatever. All right, so two guns were discharged. One was a Glock 19, the other a Glock 47. Don't know guns. Don't know the difference. So one guy got a cooler gun than the other? I don't know. It's unclear from the report whether the bullets from both officers' guns hit Pretti. Well, they better have. They were standing at point-blank range. I mean, seriously. It is unclear from the report whether the bullets from both officers hit Pretti. The report also did not make any mention of Pretti attacking officers or brandishing a gun, as Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem claimed in the aftermath of the shooting. All right, so the official report that is going into the history books says nothing about him being a domestic terrorist. So why did our secretary say this? Our secretary said this because she wanted to mislead you. Why did she want to mislead you? Because her boss told her to. Whether that boss is directly Stephen Miller or indirectly Donald Trump, we don't know. But anybody who thinks that any of these decisions or these strangely provocative stances these people are making isn't coming directly from Donald Trump, you're a fucking fool. So why did she lie? She lied because the president of the United States doesn't want the people to know the truth. And this isn't just the first instance of this. This happens all the time. Everything that comes out of these people's mouths are a lie. For the first time in my life, maybe during the 2016 cycle, I also had this problem. But for the first time truly in my life, I cannot believe a goddamn thing that the United States government says. It used to be you can't believe a goddamn thing that the media says, but now it's you can't believe a goddamn thing the federal government says. I got to get my news from European countries' commentary because they're the only ones that aren't all ginned up by the nonsense and who can look at this with a clear eye and go, yeah, that's fucked up. Here we are, but that's okay. I told you how this is going to go at the start of today's show. I told you about the exile plan. I told you about J.D. Vance and his Hail Mary to go with a 25th Amendment coup sometime in July in order to try and save the midterms. I told you about all this, but here we are. So we got to sit in it now, and we got to wait for the next 9 months for anything to happen, unless it happens sooner. But that's the play. Multiple videos recorded by eyewitnesses that were verified and analyzed show that Pretti did not hold a weapon during the struggle as he was surrounded by agents. Didn't have a weapon, but Kristi Noem certainly made it sound like he did. One video shows that a federal agent removed a gun from Pretti's waist area just before he was shot. Yeah, he did. And then it went off. And that is the origin for this whole thing. And still, nobody is fucking talking about it. Nobody is talking about the fact that this whole horrible chain of events is just an accident due to incompetence and inexperience. Probably. Well, he was Border Patrol for 8 years. No, he's never had this experience before. Border Patrol has never been utilized in an inner city like this against citizens protesting. That is not, there's no experience for that. The report also didn't make any mention of Pretti attacking officers or brandishing a gun. Multiple videos recorded by eyewitnesses that were verified and analyzed show Pretti did not hold a weapon during the struggle as he was surrounded by agents. One video shows that a federal agent removed a gun from Pretti's waist area just before he was shot. And again, that gun went off. That's the chain of events. Gun. Guy reaches in, pulls out his gun. No longer. The suspect, Pretti, no longer has a gun. Gun. Gun is gone. One gunshot, then a whole bunch of gunshots. That's how it played out. We hear it. We hear the first gunshot come out of nowhere just after the guy goes, gun. And then gun. The second burst of shots are reactionary to the first one. We see on the video, the guy removing the gun, he's carrying it like this. It actually moves at the time we hear the sound. Nobody is talking about this. Nobody is going, well, here's what happened. Why? Because there's no story then. Because if that's it, if this is all just an accident, then we all need to take a deep breath and neither political party is served. The left needs this to have been just a, targeted execution in the street of an American citizen. That's what the left needs it to be. And the right needs it to be another domestic terrorist lefty lunatic who came after federal agents. That's what they need it to be. The truth is, it's a fucking mistake. It's a terrible mistake that ended in the death of this guy. That's not fun to talk about, though. You can't get two people debating that. Because once that becomes clear, then everybody's going to be like, well, yeah, it was just an accident. Oh, who am I kidding? They're still going to find ways to make that a liberal issue or a MAGA issue. But that's what happened. And nobody's talking about it because it's so much better to have us ginned up. Watch the video. I just say watch the video. The gun went off when they removed it. That caused the other officers to think that Pretti was shooting, and they shot him. That's what happened. Gun goes off. Oh my God, he must be shooting at us. Bang, 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 bang. He's dead. The DHS report said that after the shooting, a Border Patrol agent said that he had possession of Pretti's gun, which was then secured in his vehicle. A federal judge has ordered the Trump administration to refrain from destroying or altering evidence. By the way, this federal judge, do you know about this federal judge in Minnesota? This lefty retard federal judge, this libtard, this federal judge clerked under Scalia and mentored Coney Barrett. This is as far right a fucking conservative Midwestern judge as you can get. This is a judge who, again, clerked under Scalia and then mentored current Supreme Court Justice Coney Barrett. Libtard, right? Fucking libtard. No. Not just a guy who knows the fucking law. Just a guy who is looking at the law and going, yeah, this is highly illegal, so I'm going to fuck with the Trump administration. That's who the Minnesota judge is. I know that doesn't fit who you want it to be. You want it to be a big fat black lady who got her job through DEI. But it's not. It's a Trump-appointed federal judge. Not a Trump-appointed. He was Bush. He's been around forever. He's an older guy. Anyway, the operation has seen some 3,000 federal officers and agents deployed to Minnesota. The Minneapolis Police Department has just under 600 officers. It's a bit of a... All right, whatever. There you have it. Anyway, 2 officers are believed to have fired shots at Alex Pretti. 2 officers have now been placed on administrative leave. So we'll see where that all goes. All right, let's see. What else do we have? Okay, so we're going to talk about Ilhan Omar. Let's talk about this. You know, I realized something last night. Ilhan Omar, who is a nothing congressperson from a nothing district in Minneapolis, but yet somehow is nationally famous. Nationally famous. People know who Ilhan Omar are, and they don't know who their own congressman is. I shit you not. The majority of Americans, I saw this poll a couple of months ago, and it'll never leave me. The majority of Americans, over 70% of Americans, cannot name their congressional representative. Yet they know AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and they know Lorraine Boebert, and they know Ilhan Omar. They know all the ones that have been branded. They know all the ones, and they're very concerned about what Ilhan Omar is doing for her people in Minneapolis. I know that I live outside Waco, but I'm very upset about what some congresswoman representing her people in her part of the country is doing. Who's your congressperson? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Who is it? Is it still that? Pay attention to your own backyard, you fools. So I realized that I didn't really know anything about Ilhan Omar, right? I'd heard all the fun stuff. Oh, my God. I'll tell you, man. The right assassination squad, when they get into the media, they got some good stuff. Like Barney will tell you. Barney, list all the shit about Ilhan Omar that you believe to be true. Just go ahead, Barney. She married her brother. She eats babies. All this shit. So whatever. So, of course, I've heard that shit. And it's a great example of what I said. I was making this argument when we were talking about James Tallarico, who is the new firebrand Democrat rising out of Texas, running for the Senate. I said that the Democratic Party, the opposition party, Jesus, I can't even call them the Democratic Party anymore. The opposition party needs to throw their arms around Tallarico right now, because Tallarico is fighting for his life against Jasmine Crockett, another fucking congressperson from like where? Oak Cliff? She's like somewhere out in that area, right? South Dallas or something, Southwest Dallas maybe. Jasmine Crockett, who's been thoroughly demonized and branded by Fox News. Everybody knows that they're not supposed to like Jasmine Crockett if you watch Fox News. So you got Tallarico going against her. And my advice to the Democratic Party is to just start funding him right now. Throw your arms around him, because he has not been branded yet. He's not a bad taste for people who are upset with MAGA. He is not a bad taste for the independent voters. He hasn't been branded. Jesse Waters hasn't done a screed for like 18 months straight every night about James Tallarico. He can be molded. He can be branded by the Democratic Party before the Republicans have a chance to do it. And that's why I'm saying, get on him. No, we're going to let the process play out. Fuck you, man. You people don't know about modern politics. This is why the Democrats lose. So anyway, so branding's real important. Ilhan Omar to me had been branded. I didn't know anything about her other than she's Minnesota. She's not from this country. She wears a weird fucking towel on her head. That's got to bug people. I didn't know anything about her except for the crazy stuff that I've heard. And I believe none of it because, those people are fucking idiots. And it just seems like the kind of thing an idiot would believe. Oh, we don't like her. Do we have anything that we can not like her for? Yeah, she married her brother. Did she really? Probably not. Should we go with it anyway? Yeah, let's go with it. Let's go with it because that'll stick because that's fucking gross. And people will remember that she's gross and we've branded her. So I'm watching this last night and I decided, I'm like, I don't know anything about this chick. I honestly didn't even know what she looked like. I mean, I knew that she wore the fucking towel on her head and all that, but just a black lady. Here's what I discovered last night. She's pretty cute and she's got a nice rack. Thank you. That's what I noticed about Ilhan Omar. We're going to go from there. I'm going to build from there. That's my baseline of what I know about her. She's pretty cute. She's really cute. I'm like, oh, wow, she's pretty. She's like got a real pretty. I'd like to see her with her hair. Can you take the fucking towel off? Oh, it's part of your religion. All right, fuck me. All right. Guess you'll leave the towel on then. So Ilhan Omar was doing her monthly. She meets with her constituents every month. Every month. You know who doesn't do that? MAGA guys. MAGA guys do not hold town halls anymore. You know why? Because MAGA's pissed. They're not as fun as they used to be. MAGA is real, especially MAGA congressmen. They are realizing that they have created Frankenstein's monster, and now Frankenstein's monster has a mind of its own, and they're showing up to their town halls, and it's no fun for them. Get a bunch of fucking hillbillies screaming, "You're a pedophile!" The whole time you're trying to talk about the new stoplights you're having installed down on Main. Tell us about your history with Epstein, you pedophile! Like they've turned on each other. Turned on each other because the liberals are just kind of sitting back and watching all this. They're not really getting involved. So there's nobody for MAGA to go to war with. Who is the big out front and center Democrat right now? Who? There isn't one. There isn't one. You guys are still hammering Biden, who's like, Biden wasn't relevant when he was president, and you're still fucking hammering Biden. Obama, Michelle's got a dick. I mean, you got nobody. They got nobody. You got nobody new, nobody fun. Gavin Newsom, it ain't sticking. Gavin Newsom's interviewing Nick Fuentes. They can't be mad at it. They're like, oh, he was kind of cool. Gavin and Nick. Gavin, he's not it. He's not it. So MAGA's turning on each other. And they're turning on the Congress people and all that. So anyway, Ilhan Omar, she's unafraid. She gets up there yesterday and she's doing her crazy, we need to steal more money for nursery schools or whatever. Whatever the hell it is that she's supposedly involved in. I don't know. All I know is that she's a representative who still has weekly or monthly meetings in front of her constituency, and that's something that ought to be admired. She's not running and hiding. Who was the one? There was somebody in Nebraska. This was like back in October, I want to say. Yeah, because I was packing to move back to Chicago, and I'm watching the news, and it's on the news, and he's like, from some MAGA Republican, some stupid district that nobody cares about, nobody wants to live to, and everybody born there can't wait to get out. So he's one of these guys, and he refused to show up for his town hall. So they just had him on a giant Zoom call. They had a big TV, and everybody was throwing shit at the TV. That's what MAGA has created. Enjoy, you fucks. The rest of us will just wait till you're done pissing on the walls and then we'll clean up. Just like we did after January 6th. So Ilhan Omar's doing her speech and some fucking whack job charges her and sprays a liquid on her from a syringe. We got the video here. We'll show you the video. This is how it went down about 9 o'clock last night. Let's watch it. Now, remember, she's awful. She's terrible. So you're hoping this is acid because you're a piece of shit. And, this is good because she's terrible. All right, here we go. Let's watch this. Notice it. Look. I'm going to point this out because I'm a heterosexual man, but I like her body shape. She's got a rack. I'm like, geez, she's got a nice rack. It's kind of pretty. All right, here we go.
Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Oh my God, he's sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
No,
we'll go. No, we will continue.
No. You need to go get checked. No,
we won't continue. These fucking assholes are not going to get away with it.
You need to go get checked. No, you don't know what. No.
Secretary.
All right, there you have it. We'll play that back. I mean, it was startling, right? The fuck, some guy just runs out of the crowd with a syringe. The syringe seems ominous, does it not? He didn't just throw a cup of water on her or something. There was some kind of a liquid in that syringe. Just sprayed it on her. And since we're all about this, because remember Trump? Remember Trump's staged execution where he was like, bah! The fake assassination where he had his ear blown off. Yet, it's fucking perfect. Like 3 days later, they actually killed a volunteer fireman in the crowd just so that Trump could win the election. Yeah, that's real. And you're like, that didn't happen. You put that past these people? I don't know that they intended to have that fireman, the volunteer fireman in the crowd that got shot with the bullet. I don't think they intended that. But they were okay with it if it happened, and it did happen, and nobody talks about that guy. All we talk about is how cool Trump was. Ilhan Omar was pretty fucking cool in this moment. Ilhan Omar, her very first instinct was not to run and hide. Her first instinct was to chase after this guy with a fist. Yeah, we'll show that again. I don't know if you saw that. That's kind of a not great angle. There's other angles where you can see it. She fucking came to him. She was chasing the guy down when she was stopped by one of her aides. And then the aide was like, we've got to get you to a hospital. We don't know what this is. She's just been sprayed with some mystery liquid from a syringe. We got to get you to a hospital. We don't know what this is, which is the prudent and smart thing to do. Seriously, why is Brandon calling me in the middle of the goddamn show? Brandon knows I'm doing a show. Her initial instinct was to chase after the guy, and then when she was being told that she needs to go to a hospital, we don't know what the substance is. It's some kind of weird orange liquid that was sprayed all over you out of a syringe. She said, fuck that. I'm not going to let these fucking assholes. No, I'm going to do my speech. You say what you will about her. I don't know what her background is, but I promise you that her daddy wasn't a board president when she was growing up. Every one of these Republican fucking congressmen, they come from some kind of connected bullshit background. This Ilhan Omar, I don't know where she came from. What, was she raised by a fucking family of, tribal people in Madagascar? I don't know. She's not from here. I am certain that her path to congressperson in the United States is a unbelievably impressive one. Now, I know that Barney's probably right now furiously typing, no, she's a CIA plant who was recruited as a child from the Obama madrasa. And okay, whatever. Can't do nothing with that, man. I mean, when that's what we're dealing, we can't do nothing with it. So I will say this, as I said, I don't know shit about Ilhan Omar. Why should I? She's a goddamn congressperson from Minnesota. I got a foot in Dallas. I got a foot in Chicago. That doesn't affect me. But I do know that she's been branded as the absolute worst human being in the United States Congress. And what I saw out of her yesterday in the moment was not that. What I saw in the moment was a badass. Somebody who's not afraid, who's fucking pissed, who's not in this because, she hopes to get a job on the board with General Dynamics when this is all done. I don't see that from her. So I don't know dick about her. I don't know what her policies are. She might be extreme left. I might disagree with a whole bunch of her shit. But I can tell you as a human being in the moment, she impressed me. Trump didn't, because I believe that was fake from the very beginning. I'm like, this ain't real. Oh, this is just like the greatest thing that can happen for him right now. He's getting smoked in the fucking polls. We're like 4 months before the election, and now all of a sudden this happens? Oh, fuck you. MAGA wouldn't do that. MAGA wouldn't lie that blatantly. Cut to Kristi Noem. He was a mad terrorist with a gun. You guys, you should be ashamed. Should be ashamed. I know that I am now at the point in my life, I've always been tempered about this. I've always been like, when this is all over, I'm never going to bring up the MAGA thing to my MAGA friends. I'm never going to bring it up. It's just, we're going to let that pass. We're just going to move on with our life. Yeah, that ain't my plan anymore. I am never going to let my MAGA friends forget what they did, what they supported, what they made excuses for, okay? We can still be friends, but understand, I don't let you make any big decisions anymore because you have proven to be incapable of making decent, humane decisions. All right, so let's get back into the Ilhan Omar story. The man. Oh wait, we'll see. Let's watch it one more time. Let's watch it one more time. Since I did, I wanted to get my initial thoughts on this out. All right, so we'll watch it one more time. Here we go. Once again.
Noem must resign or face impeachment.
All right, Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. Now, why is this relevant for her to be talking about? Because she's the congressperson in the district where this is going on. So this is exactly what you want to hear out of your representative if you are one of these people living in Minneapolis. So far, nothing all that controversial. There it is. All right, did you see that? Hold on. Where is the... Hold on. There it is. See it? It's spraying right here. He's got in his hand. It's spraying all over her. Let's watch her reaction. Okay, obvious. Startled. What the fuck is that? Look at this clown. Look at this fucking radicalized Alex Jones, Fox News, probably hanging out in any number of chat rooms with Barney. Look at this fucking guy. He is a slob. He is indicative of the slob class that does this kind of shit. Why did this guy take it so easy on him? This motherfucker should have gotten the Sirhan treatment. You ever see what happened to Sirhan when he shot Bobby Kennedy? Rosie fucking Greer got him. Yeah, NFL Hall of Fame defensive tackle Rosie Greer was the guy who tackled Sirhan in the kitchen there at the Beverly Hilton when Robert Kennedy was killed. This guy fucking, he's just like hugging him. He's brother-in-law him. You got to fucking body slam this guy. All right, so right now, her people are telling her she needs to go. She needs to cancel this. She's just been sprayed with some unknown foreign substance.
I don't know.
Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
She just wants a napkin. That's all she wants. Now her people are saying, okay, you're done. We're ending this. And now she's pushing back. This is leadership. I'm sorry, this is leadership. Look at her. She's fucking telling this guy. I don't know if this guy looks like he might be security related. So she might be pissed at him to begin with because this should never have happened.
No. We will
No.
continue. These fucking assholes are not going to get away with it.
I love it. We will continue. These fucking assholes are not going to get away with it. That's the kind of shit. That's leadership. Oh, I know that she's a black woman with an accent who wears a towel on her head. So, we've got all kinds of reasons to fucking hate her. But I don't know. That's all I know. That's all I know. All I know is what I saw, right? I don't know this chick from nothing. I know that a lot of people fucking hate her, right? And she a part of the tribe or what? It's not it. What is it? What was that? Was that idiot? Oh, yeah. Not the tribe. It was the Squad. Yeah, that's what it was. Right? It was Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who you people fucked around and made a legitimate presidential candidate. She is a legit presidential candidate now. Good job, MAGA. I mean, I don't mind it, but you guys did this to yourselves, which is probably your plan all along, because MAGA people don't want to be happy. MAGA people, this is something that I learned about AM talk radio. I've had plenty of opportunities to go to work in AM talk radio, and all of them have been like, hey, you could be like the next Rush Limbaugh. I'm like, no, I couldn't, because I think Rush Limbaugh is a fat fucking fool. So I don't think I could be the next Rush Limbaugh. So point is this. I have, sorry, I'm distracted now. Sorry, I just got distracted. All right, never mind. Moving on. Now we're going to move on to the next thought, because this is how it works. This is how it happens. I lose complete train of thought because somebody texted me. So let's get into it. All right, so here's what we know, all right? Here's the story. It says, suspect who attacked Ilhan Omar has been identified. Here's what we know. He's a 55-year-old piece of shit from Minneapolis. His name is Anthony Kazmierzik. Anthony J. Kazmierzik. He's a fat, fucking doughy, unshaven, poor. He's got BO. You saw that guy. That dude's got fucking BO. He ain't been with a woman in decades. That's who this guy is. And the one time he was with a woman, she was a prostitute. That's what this guy looks like. That's who he is. And that's why he's so mad at the hot fucking chick with the crazy accent with the towel on her head. He's mad at her. He doesn't like women. You do understand, like, that is like every sad fucking subset of modern society. The saddest ones, they are all MAGA. The unfuckable incels, they're all MAGA. The fucking old, the Karen, the mean fucking Karen's fucking MAGA. The rich guy who does nothing but golf and lay people off, fucking MAGA. All just the worst, all the worst. The suspect has been identified by Minneapolis police as 55-year-old Anthony J. Kazmierzik, multiple outlets have reported. He was arrested on suspicion of third-degree assault. Okay, he sprayed something on her. Now we don't know what he sprayed, but we're getting some kind of a we're getting some information. Court documents show that Kazmierzik was convicted of driving while impaired in two separate incidents in 2010 and 2009. All right, so he's a drunk. He's a drunk. Anybody can get one DUI, okay? Drunks get multiple DUIs. I have, in the course of my drinking and driving lifetime, I have been charged twice with DUI. Charged twice. Beat them both. Beat them both. Don't ever give them evidence. Beat them both. One of them I was drunk. Second one I wasn't, and I beat it. Anyway, point is this. He got a DUI in 2009. When you get a DUI, if you've ever had a DUI, you are fucking really good for a long time. Like, because a DUI is one of the most inconvenient things that can happen to an otherwise civilized representative of society. A DUI sucks, man. Sometimes they're going to do like court mandated meetings. You got to go hang out in like the basement of a church with a bunch of alcoholics because you got a DUI. Hey, I had too much to drink once, and now I'm in with a bunch of career alcoholics. What? This doesn't seem right. So you don't get, like I got charged with a DUI when I was 16 years old. And then again when I was like 37. So I put a good 21 years in between. And the one when I was 37, I beat because I wasn't drunk and it was a trap and they tried to just run me. And I was like, I ain't playing this game. And I beat it. Tape. Your tape is very important. If you get a DUI, just understand that everything you do is going to be recorded. And everything you do is going to be recorded because they're going to use that tape to show the judge to prove that you were drunk. Look at him. He can't even stand straight. So don't move around. Stay perfectly still. Say as little as possible. You are not providing any evidence for your Just whatever you want to do, officer. Yes, sir. No, sir. That's what you got to do. I had spectacular tape. My DUI, when I was 37, my tape was spectacular. The judge looked at the tape and said, you want to do this? And the prosecutor said, no, we have no objection. And they let me go. They just let me go. David Burrows, my attorney. If you're down there in Dallas, David Burrows, man, DUI attorney. He looks at me and he goes, all right, that's it. And I go, wait, what? I didn't say anything. I didn't swear. He said, yeah, you don't need to. They decided they're not going to press charges. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, your tape was great. And I'm like, all right. Because no evidence. You don't give them evidence. Don't blow. Don't. If you're just going to give them evidence. Say, we need you to blow. Why? So you can use this evidence against me in court? No, I'm not going to blow. I don't think I'm drunk. Well, then you're going to go for a ride. Okay, at that point, you got to take the ride, because taking the ride and knowing that the next 20 hours of your life is going to be absolute hell, and it will be, because that's how long it'll take to process you and everything, knowing that those 20 hours are going to be absolute hell, but way better than if you end up going through a crazy DUI process in court and mandated this and mandated that, and then you got a thing on your license and you blow in, whatever. Just don't blow. Don't give them any evidence. And chances are your district attorney is going to go, we don't have any evidence on this one. All right, let's move this one off the docket. Let's go. Who's next? That's how you do it. Don't give them any evidence. So this guy's got 2 DUIs. 2009 and 2010, got to be honest, 15 years since his last DUI. Maybe he's not a drunk. It says on Facebook, Kaczmarek has switched his profile pictures to Trump many times while also uploading cartoons criticizing Democrat policies. So that's who this guy is. Yeah, of course he's one of yours. What, did we think that he was did you think he was a fucking Antifa guy? No, he's one of yours. He's a slob. He hates his life. He thinks that, like, I'm a white man, I should have more. Well, you got to work a little bit there, sloppy. In early January, a Quora account under the same name and profile picture as Kaczmarek's Facebook account posted a racist question regarding descendants of slaves. Okay, what was the question? It doesn't have what the question is. I think we'll be the judge of whether or not the question was racist. Video footage shows Omar was calling for abolishing immigration and customs enforcement and for Homeland Security Kristi Noem to resign when the suspect jumped in front of her and sprayed the liquid on her shirt. The staffers on the scene said in the video that the liquid had a strong smell. Local media reported the liquid had an orange color and emitted a strong vinegar-like odor. Following the incident, the town hall was briefly halted. Omar, while visibly shaken, insisted on continuing and called for Minnesotans to stay strong and resilient. She later posted on X that she was okay. It is believed that the substance, because that's what I was wondering about. She got sprayed at like 9. No, I think she got sprayed at like 7:30, 8 o'clock, something like that. And then she was supposed to be on. She was a pre-booked guest on CNN, like Caitlin Collins or Abby Phillips or whatever. I don't know what the fuck is going on at CNN anymore. CNN's got some new guy on at like 10 o'clock. And he's doing like an Entertainment Tonight long fight. It's terrible. I don't know what the hell it is. Anyway. So Ilhan Omar was pre-booked to be on CNN at like 9 o'clock. And then this happens to her at like 8 o'clock. And CNN is like, Ilhan Omar will be with us in an hour. And I'm like, well, will she? I mean, what got sprayed on her? We don't know what got sprayed on her. We know that she pushed through because it wasn't like battery acid or anything like that. It wasn't something that was instantly, I gotta get whatever. She muscled through with whatever the spray is, and then apparently she got checked out. What they believe the spray turned out to be, which is just incredible, apple cider vinegar. So this fucking weirdo, he filled a syringe with apple cider vinegar and then did that to her. Which, there's 2 ways of looking at this, right? So what does that mean? Well, it means that he's not a mall shooter, right? I mean, like there are classifications of fucking weird political people. He didn't put anything in there that was going to instantly make his mark, right? He didn't spray her with acid. It wasn't like, some toxin that he cooked up in his kitchen, whatever. It was just harmless apple cider vinegar, which means he's a pussy. which means that he's, kind of crazy in MAGA, but he's a pussy because he didn't go through with it. He didn't actually do what he probably wished he could have done because he's a pussy. So I don't know what the charges on him will be now. It's not a deadly weapon. I mean, a syringe. I don't know. It was certainly an assault. Certainly an assault. Could have been a lot worse. He was a coward, though, as most MAGA people are. He was a coward and didn't really want to go through with it. He'll go to jail. There's got to be jail for this, right? There's got to be. But again, it's apple cider vinegar. So he'll be out. He'll be a guest on Jesse Waters in no time, folks. You just wait and see. Our hero of the week on Jesse Waters' stupid show is this drunk from Minnesota who didn't have the guts to actually follow through with his hatred, which I suppose is good. I suppose it's good that he's not, a monster. I don't suppose it's good. It is. It's good that he's not a monster. He's just another one of these irritating fucks that we got to deal with. I don't even know if she showed up at 9 o'clock. I lost interest. I started watching Mayor of Kingstown. I made a note. I'm like, I got to watch this at 9 o'clock. See if she comes on. And then, as happens, got myself a little distracted with some Mayor of Kingstown. God, that's a good show. I don't know if you guys watch that show. All right, let's see what else. Here we go. Let's see. ICE is in the news because there are just constantly examples of how fucking awful these people are. Here is an ICE agent. This is Portland. Is this Portland, Maine? Are they in Maine too? Nope, this is Minneapolis. Yeah, this one comes to us from Minneapolis. Did you hear this guy? Look at this guy. This is an ICE agent. There's some. Hold on.
I will tell you this.
Fuck!
You raise your voice.
God damn it!
I raise your voice.
If I raise my voice, you'll erase my...
Exactly, yeah.
Are you serious? You said if I raise my voice, you'll erase my voice?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't know what the hell is going on here, man. This happened yesterday. Somehow, X doesn't let me stream these things anymore, these videos. Or at least they're very troublesome. All right, let's try this again. All right, so here you go. This is an ICE agent, unmasked, sitting in his car, having a conversation with a citizen. Now, this is not a normal citizen having another conversation with another citizen. This is a legally empowered and badged federal agent speaking to a citizen of Minneapolis. It's a huge distinction I just made there. They are not equals. The way that we're supposed to see this interaction is one of these guys is a law enforcement authority who has a duty to at least uphold some semblance of decency. And he's being questioned by another one of these observers who's like, hey, you're just sitting in your car. Why are you sitting in your car? Are these observers irritating? Yes, probably. That's their job, to get in the fucking way. Are they necessary? Absolutely, I think they are. So let's see this interaction between an ICE agent and a citizen, and I'll tell you why this guy's in trouble.
This, brother.
What?
I will tell you this. You raise your voice, I raise your voice.
All right, so here's what Speedy Gonzalez here says. I told you something. You raise your voice, I erase your voice. This fucking guy's got an accent. This guy ain't an American. What, is that why he doesn't have a partner? Did his partner try to arrest him? What is this? This is another one of these weird situations where, the Torres guy is in charge of the Proud Boys. Nick Fuentes is in charge of like some white supremacy group. Groypers, isn't that what it is? And now you got this guy, an ICE agent, who's like, I was born in Monterrey, Mexico. I am an American. You are not. What the fuck? And I haven't even gotten to what he said. Again, federal law enforcement agent telling a citizen that if the citizen raises their voice, let's cut the bullshit. If the citizen utilizes his First Amendment right as granted to all citizens of the United States to speak truth to power, if the citizen does that, raise their voice, this ICE agent is going to erase his voice. This is 24 hours after Alex Pretti. This was on Sunday. This is the way these fucking people are behaving in the community. Well, Pugs, they've been yelled at and they're just mad. No, what they are just is not professional. They are not professionals. Soldiers, cops, we have seen this for years. We have seen actual trained law enforcement be screamed at while wearing riot gear and not fucking flinch. So what's your excuse? Well, they've had enough. Well, they don't get to have enough. See, because they're not like us. They have the authority to throw us on the ground, put a gun to our head, and kill us. So they don't get to have enough when they're being teased or poked fun of. There is a degree of professionalism that is required for these jobs that these fucking Walmart security guards simply do not have. So listen again.
This, brother.
What?
You know? I will tell you this. You raise your voice, I raise your voice.
If I raise my voice, you'll erase my...
Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Are you serious? You said if I raise my voice, you'll erase my voice?
This, brother.
What?
You know?
All right.
I will tell you this. You raise your
All
voice.
right. So just, just an ICE agent just threatening a citizen, a ICE agent who doesn't have the fucking emotional control to shut his fucking mouth or maybe just move somewhere else. Doesn't have that because he's not professional. Shouldn't be out there mixing with citizens. Again, he in this role is not a citizen. He in this role is a federal law enforcement officer, or at least he'd have us believe. You don't get to talk to citizens that way. Can we just let it go? Yeah, whatever. Just one instance, the guy's fucking a jerk, whatever. But it's indicative of the larger problem. It is another example of why otherwise good people in the neighborhoods of Minneapolis have had enough of this fucking crew. This is how they act. And you people who aren't in these neighborhoods, you people who are safe in your little fucking suburbs, wherever the hell you are across this country, many of you are taking the side of the fucking federal agents against the people of the neighborhood. Well, God forbid. God forbid. God forbid the next administration finds something. What's going to happen when the result of this is that the pendulum swings from the far right all the way to the far left? What's going to happen when the next administration? I don't know. Maybe it's going to be the presidency of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar as vice president. Why not? What happens when that presidency shows up in Frisco, fucking Texas, taking your guns? Then what are you going to have to say about federal authorities? You fucking pussies. Horrible Americans. Horrible Americans. Anybody who is choosing the side of federal authorities over people in a neighborhood, you're a horrible American and you don't get one iota of what this country is all about. Support your fucking federal Nazi thugs, you pieces of shit. All right, moving on. Hi. There we go. We need something light. All right, if you raise your voice, I'll erase your voice. Here's something that's happening in the neighborhoods. This is a word of warning, because as I did a little bit of research on this, it turned out that these were streamers. These are people who are doing a live stream, and they've decided that they're going to go up to Minneapolis and they're going to get involved. These are the people from out of town. Now, a lot of the apologists over on the right, they would have you believe they've kind of given up on this because it's just not true and it's demonstrably untrue. They've given up on the idea that these are all paid out-of-town protesters. No, they're not. They're people from the neighborhoods in Minneapolis who don't want these fucking things happening on their streets. That's what they are. They're not paid out-of-town protesters, okay? But what we do have now is we've got people, the Nick Shirleys and nonsense types, coming from all around, descending upon these neighborhoods to get their live streams so that they can get clicks and all of this kind of shit. The neighborhoods aren't having these people either. I don't think, is it this? Is it the disconnect between normal people and rural Americans? Is that what it is? Because rural Americans don't have neighborhoods. Rural Americans don't have a block with a whole bunch of different people from different cultural backgrounds on their block that they mix with, that the kids play together. Rural Americans don't have that. So I'm wondering if it's just rural Americans having difficulty understanding the concept of a neighborhood and how you don't fuck with the block. People from northern cities get this. People from Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Minneapolis, Milwaukee. Neighborhoods. They're the lifeblood of a thriving urban center. The neighborhoods are closing ranks. The neighborhoods in Minneapolis are like, yeah, you know what? I don't care that you're not ICE. Get the fuck out of our neighborhood. We are closing the door on this neighborhood. So here's a video of some people, some streamers, who just decided that they were going to go to Minneapolis and exploit the situation and just see what kind of trouble they could get into. Well, this is how these people are being met by neighborhood militias that are starting to form. Let's look at these people. Let's look at the multicolored hair, nose rings, wide watch bands, men dressed as women. Let's look at what these people must be like. Anyway, here it is. This is interesting. This is what happens. Don't go into the fucking neighborhoods in Minneapolis now and try to fucking get clicks.
We are not ICE. We're not ICE. We're not ICE.
I'm showing my face. I'm not.
We come to you. We're not ICE. Yeah, they've been following us for over an hour.
They're not ICE, but they don't belong in the neighborhood. And this is what it's come to.
We're not ICE. We're just letting them know and they...
Look at this big old lib who looks like he builds fucking snowmobiles in his garage like any gay West Coast liberal.
Nice. Not in a nice vehicle, right?
No.
Right.
Right, get in your truck, get the fuck out. Why? Because you need to go. Confirmed ICE. Get the fuck out.
Confirmed ICE through who? We're American citizens. We're not
Look at this old lady. Obviously, she's a troublemaking lefty.
ICE.
These are the people that you're abducting. Get out. Please go.
Because they've been following us for over an hour.
Understand, these are all people who live on this neighborhood. This is a block militia. These are forming in Minneapolis. It's people who are coming out in sub-zero temperatures and lining the streets of their blocks, making sure no bullshit occurs. This guy looks like a fucking dentist, and you want him to be a Soros-paid skateboard in Antifa. You're wrong, and you're turning your backs on your fellow American citizens.
Where are you from? The protest is public property. It's public. Did you come in that car right there?
Yeah, this truck. And they're saying we're popping up in an ICE database.
Well, then you're in it. We're not.
What's the database?
I love that guy. He's being nice. He's like, so what's going on? And they're like, well, they're saying that we pop up in an ICE database. And he's like, well, then you're in it. Get the fuck out of here. I love that guy. That's why we got a database. We're making sure that we got license plates of all the people who don't fucking belong in this neighborhood. And we're calling it the ICE database. And maybe everybody on it isn't ICE, but everybody on it doesn't belong in our neighborhood, is the point.
Fuck out of here, though.
No ICE. Nothing on you. Prove it.
Out of the weapons. Let me see your IDs of where you live.
No, they've been following us. That's why we got out and confronted them.
Great.
You think that's okay?
Yeah. 100%.
I'm curious about.
Our neighborhood? Yes. 100%. Yes.
I'm curious, I guess, how you get into an ICE database.
All right, there you have it. Those are the good people of Minnesota protecting their blocks. Don't go up there and fuck with these people right now. It isn't playtime, okay? Your little Twitter accounts and your Instagrams and all that shit. No. Gotta leave them alone. All right, what else do we have here? Neighborhood patrols, militias. Here's something. Here's a guy. Want to play this piece of audio. So this is complicated because I appreciate what's being said. It just makes me fucking livid, though. So this is Republican Senator Tom Tillis. Basically just votes with Trump on it. I mean, he's fucking, he can be counted on. He's one of those guys, but he's not running for re-election. Yeah, he's decided, old Tom Tillis, that he's not cut out for whatever this new world of politics is. So he's just going to ride out this term, and he's going to be a hero. He is going to speak the truth. Republican Senator Tom Tillis. He is going to call out Trump for what Trump... Oh, you fucking coward. If you were running for re-election, you wouldn't have these attitudes. But because you know that the people of your district are fucking inbred morons, you Kentucky freak, you can't say this and then expect to still have a career. But you're going to stand on business now, and you're going to call everybody out. Where the fuck were you? Where the fuck were you when your party was railroading people like Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney for simply looking at Trump and going, yeah, he's a con man. You people can't see this? Where the fuck were you, Tom Tillis? Anyway, he's pissing vinegar now, man. Let me tell you, old Senator Tom Tillis here. Let's listen to what he has to say. He's letting it all fly. He doesn't like this.
On before this has been adjudicated.
There you go.
To then think that we can move on before this has been adjudicated.
Senator, do you have confidence in the Secretary now?
None at all. No, she's. I've tried to maintain confidence, but look, I've done and we'll be sharing this information. We've done a Trump 1, Trump 2 comparison of disaster relief. There's no comparison whatsoever. Trump 1 was right on with disaster recovery. You think about Matthew and Florence, and this one, she's not even handling the other part of her job. I mean, at one point she thought FEMA should be eliminated. To give you an idea of how incompetent I think she is, she actually thought FEMA should be eliminated. And when she had a FEMA director who said he didn't think that was a good idea, she fired him within 24 hours. Now she understands that is an important part of her job. These are like amateurish assistant manager sort of thought processes going through somebody who's a secretary in a cabinet level position. It's unacceptable.
Does she need to step down? Does she need to?
She and Miller's in the same boat. This guy, after doing the stupid comments he made about Greenland getting the president in a difficult circumstance, is one of the people that came out publicly and said that this guy was a terrorist before he'd even talked with anybody on the ground. And that's clearly not the case now. So, I mean, it's just, Stephen Miller never fails to live up to my expectations of incompetence.
I think he should be fired.
I'm going to leave that up to the president. I can tell you if I were president, neither one of them would be in Washington right now.
But do you think Noem should step down?
I think Noem needs to decide what, I think if Noem looks at her body of work, I could not be, if I were in her position, I can't think of any point of pride over the last year. She's got to make her own decision when the president does. But she is taking this administration into the ground on an issue that we should own. We should own the issue of border security and immigration.
Yep.
But they have destroyed that for the Republicans.
Yep.
Something that got the president elected, they have destroyed it through their incompetence.
Thank you, Senator.
Oh, wow. What a brave guy, huh? Oh, isn't he brave? He's got no accountability after this term ends. He's just going to ride off into the sunset and cash his big fucking special interest checks for the rest of his life. That's a brave politician. Nothing to worry about here. Fuck that guy. And I agree with everything that he said. This is why we keep hearing these stories. Over the years, we hear these stories. They get outed all the time. Eric Swalwell, just in a congressional hearing last week, outed a whole bunch of Republican senators. These people hate Trump. And in their private little meetings, they fucking make fun of him and they tease him and they fucking can't believe how dumb he is and how bad he is. And then they fucking show up like Lindsey Graham. Well, I'm just the biggest fan of Donald Trump. They're fucking liars. And, this is Tom Tillis. He doesn't have to run for re-election. So this is what the rank and file Republicans sound like when they're not on the record. Is that your party? Is that your people? A collection of fucking guys who got into political service because, I don't know, they figured they'd do this for a cycle or two and then get some like multi-million-dollar job on a board of some fucking defense contractor. The Republican Party, you vote for nothing but people who just want an opportunity to fly private regularly. That's who these fucking people are. Tom Tillis, Mr. Brave Guy. Nothing on the line. All right. Let's see here. What else we got? Oh, Trump's going to take your guns away. Yeah, we're going to have to break that down. We're also going to talk about the Melania movie. The Melania movie. I got thoughts. We got football stuff. We're going to talk about Belichick. We're going to get into this whole thing. Bill Belichick isn't in the Hall of Fame. I'll tell you why. I'm going to tell you why he's not in the Hall of Fame. And I'm all for it. All right, I got all of that and more. Plus, I'll tell you all about how Amazon, we all need to stop using Amazon. Amazon is making one decision after another that is just going to speed up the eventuality that none of us have jobs and robots do everything. I'll tell you about that. All right, we got a whole bunch more show left to do today, so bear with me. I'm going to go to the bathroom. You know how I do this. I got to take a little break. I've been streaming now for almost 2 hours. I got to go to the bathroom. I got to get a fresh cup of coffee, and we're going to come back. In the meantime, I'd like y'all to know that every day we have an executive producer on this show, somebody who tips the show. We look for people to support this kind of opposition talk, the kind of talk that you can't find on the radio in America, because they don't want us. They just want a bunch of 60-year-old fat white men driving to the country club listening. That's all AM radio wants. That's their target demo. And if you don't fit into it, fuck you. So our kind of talk is relegated to streams. We do this every day at noon right here at Radio Misfits, radiomisfits.com for all your podcast needs. We take your tips. We take your tips because that's how we keep going. We've been doing it now every day for 4 years. So if you want to support this kind of opposition talk, drop a little something. And if you are the big tipper of today's show, guess what? You're going to be the executive producer of the show. Today's executive producer is nobody. Fucking nobody. We have a lot of days like this. Nobody. So if you are so inspired that you would like to be tomorrow's executive producer, all I need from you is to drop a little something in the Cash App or in the Venmo, and it will be greatly appreciated. I'm going to go run to the bathroom and refresh my cup of coffee. If I had a producer, somebody could, well, they couldn't go to the bathroom for me. They might be able to help me acquire a catheter. Anyway, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back with more of the rant with me, Pugs Moran. Back, give me 2 or 3 minutes, like a commercial break. Just think of it like a commercial break. You go to the bathroom too. You take advantage of this time to better yourself. We'll be right back. All right, here we go. All right. Couple of things. That was a little bit longer than normal or that I intended because of this. Frank in the chat room, why the reverb on any videos played? Well, it was an extended break there because I had to pull out the phone and I had to pull the show up and I had to see what Frank was talking about. And yeah, there is a reverb on all the videos that I've played today. Now I have a question for you. Is this the way it's always been? And none of you have told me? Or is this just a thing today where all of the videos have some weird reverb thing happening? Chat room, tell me the truth here. Because you point things out in the chat room that are wrong, and then I spin off and I get all angry, and then I try and fix it, and it derails the show. But that's good. That is good when you point out when things aren't right. So chat room, please, what Frank is talking about here, I went back, I listened. I listened to a couple of the videos that we've already played on the show. Every single one of them has echo, every one of them. And I'm wondering, has this been the case forever? And nobody has said anything? What in the name of God? April, it's been like that for a while, April says. What the fuck? All right. Well, now I got shit I got to work on. Hold on. Maybe something is, hold on. What is this? Do I need the phone? I don't need the phone. I don't know, guys. Shit. So the last couple of days, thank you. Last few days is more informative than it's been like that for a while. I don't know how April defines a while. Like since I came back, or as Big Luke says now, the last few days. I don't know why it could be. All I can do is I can just turn down every fucking input. Maybe that's what's causing it. Hold on. Hold on. What is that? All right, so that's that. All right. Hold on, don't worry. Don't worry, I'm doing stuff. Fuck it. All right, April's like, sorry, we just got used to it. Yeah, but don't get used to it. I don't know what I'm doing here. I need you people to help me out. We got a whole bunch more fucking video. God damn it! Why won't the video? Well, hold on. Let me just try something here, okay? Let me just try something here. See. Got that down. All right. Let me just try something here, okay? I realize that we're not going to get completely delayed, but just hold on. We're doing a lot of video now, man, and I can't. All right, so let's go back to the weird Tom Tillis one. I just played this. See if this is any better. And I know we're gonna have to play it for like 30 seconds, and then you folks in the chat room are gonna hear it on delay, and then I'm gonna have to wait, and you're gonna tell me if there's still an echo. All right, let's see. All right, is there an echo here?
Maintain confidence. But look, and we'll be sharing this information. We've done a Trump 1, Trump 2 comparison of disaster relief. There's no comparison whatsoever. Trump 1 was right on with disaster recovery. You think about Matthew and Florence.
All right, are you hearing an echo here still? Because I can't tell, because I don't have an echo in my headphones. It sounds fucking great in my headphones.
And this one, she's not even handling the other part of her job. I mean, at one point, she thought FEMA should be eliminated. To give you an idea.
All right, there you go. All right, so now we'll wait. Tell me. No echo. That's clean. That's clean now. All right, come on. Much better. No echo. My God, folks, collectively, we fixed it. Oh, man. That's incredible. All right. So thank you. Very good. Thank you, guys. Look. Oh my God. I was so spun out. Oh, I was so angry. But please, in the future now, because it's obviously one of these dials that I had just a little smidge too high that was causing the echo. So it's one of these dials. So if I happen to, accidentally hit the dial again and it starts to echo, please, you guys, tell me in the chat room. Okay. Thank you. All right. You're the best. And now we can get back into our show. That's awesome. All right. So let's see. What have we already done? We did the neighborhood patrols. Tom Tillis. We talked about Alex Pretti. We talked about all of that. All right. So how about President Trump yesterday? This is interesting. Now, my history, I've always been, we're going to talk guns here. Okay. So let me make clear exactly where I stand on guns. I am absolutely 100% in favor of gun reform. 100% will listen to anybody who stands up and is running for elected office and says something like, we need to protect the Second Amendment, but we really need to be a little smarter about this. All right, that person I'm listening to. And that person might say things like, yeah, we got to make sure that you can't bring guns everywhere. Like, I think that you shouldn't be allowed to have guns in schools. I don't think you should be allowed to have guns. Blah. I think we need to be smart about our guns. I think that in order to get a gun, I think you should pass a test that is, let's say, 3 times as rigorous as a driving test. How about that? Let's do that. I think that before we allow people to just go and have guns, I think they can, if they can prove themselves mentally fit. I support the Second Amendment to that degree. And I think there are plenty of normal people who can put up with the inconvenience of a couple of added hoops if it means we get a handle on this fucking gun issue where every banger in a bad neighborhood's got a gun. Every fucking teenage hillbilly in a fucking farm community's got a gun. And they're all pissed off at something and heading towards the mall. We got to do something about this. It's about mental. It's about both. It is about both. The thing that I've always loved about Republicans when the gun issue comes up is they try to obfuscate the gun issue with, well, this is about mental illness. Well, you won't fund any mental illness budget. You don't fucking support the things that it takes for us to get a handle on this incredibly sad mental illness epidemic we have in this country. You don't support that. So every time there's a mall shooting, you don't get to say we need to take mental health more seriously. Fuck you. Then let's go. Let's support it. But I'm just going to take a shot at Reagan. And honestly, I don't like taking shots at Reagan. Not in the era of Trump, because let me tell you, Reagan was a goddamn rock star compared to Trump. I mean, and Reagan almost broke my family. Anyway, we'll talk about that. He pulled my dad's benefits away. It's story for another time. But so yeah, I believe that we should all have a right to defend ourselves from a tyrannical government. I understand that aspect of the Second Amendment, but I also understand that when they wrote that, they had no idea of what kind of gun stuff was going to be coming over the next couple hundred years. So we do need to revisit these things. I believe, unlike many of you, well, actually, many of you believe this when it's convenient, but I believe that the Constitution is a breathing document. It's a living document. It is something that was intended to be changed over time. Thus, the amendments. Hello. You can't change the Constitution. What the fuck are you talking about? They have amendments specifically because they recognize that times will change and there will be new things to be addressed. So, yes, I do believe that you should be able to own a gun. And I also believe that not everybody should be allowed to own a gun. See, I know that's complicated, But not everybody is mentally capable of having that responsibility, just as not everybody is allowed to have a driver's license. We do like to call some people, well, driving a car isn't in the Constitution. Well, cars weren't invented then, fuckstick. So shut up with your disingenuous, petty arguments. I'm so tired. Well, you just said something and it made sense, but I got to come up with something that's witty and that sounds good in response, even if it has nothing to do with the point you just made. That's political discourse. Everybody looking for the soundbite, not actually challenging one another's contentions. Just what soundbite? This is random. What is it, Frankie? What are you doing? What is the Frankie? Pugs, what firearm you going to buy with your phone? What? I didn't say it was, but what the fuck are you? What is that? What are you talking about? I don't know what Frankie's talking about. Frankie's like the king of random. He says lots of people drive on suspensions of a driver's license. Yeah, they do. They do. And what happens when they get caught? Well, what the fuck is your point here, Frank? Well, we shouldn't do anything because somebody's going to do something else. What the fuck is your... I don't understand this argument. These are like the dumbest arguments. So you're saying that we shouldn't have some kind of a checklist? And we shouldn't have limitations on where you should bring your gun? You're saying you disagree with me on that? Because I'll tell you, me and the president agree on that. That's right, Frankie. Me and your guy agree. Then maybe we ought to reel back some of this gun stuff. Maybe you shouldn't be able to take a gun everywhere. Kyle Rittenhouse, those two fucking fat, gross St. Louis couple who came out on their lawn with their big giant guns and became stupid celebrities. Those fucking people. How about all the Meal Team 6 motherfuckers who showed up on January 6th? Or maybe not even January 6th, maybe just generally speaking, at any Black Lives Matter protest, you had these motherfuckers with their guns, and when people said, that's a bit disturbing, you said, suck it up, man! Suck it up! But now when it's the other side, the other group of citizens in this country who would like to utilize and enjoy those Second Amendment privileges that you all had. Now we got a problem. Now we got a problem. Didn't have a problem with the guy who showed up at Allen Mall and just started spraying anybody. No, that's a mental illness thing. But now we need to be responsible, and you can't if you can't have a concealed carry and go to certain things. President of the United States absolutely shocked his base, the NRA, and just about anybody else who heard him say this. Here he was talking about his views, president's views on guns. Can't take them everywhere. Fuck you, NRA guys. Here we go. Let's listen.
You think he was acting as an assassin in Minneapolis?
Who is that?
Oh, wait, hold on. Jesus. You know what? First of all, there's helicopter noise, so this isn't going to be a good test to see if we're getting an echo or not. I know we think we fixed it, but, this will be the true test. There's bad helicopter noise here, so, all right, let's listen.
Sir, was Mr. Pretti acting as an assassin? Do you think he was acting as an assassin in Minneapolis? Mr. Pretti, your deputy chief of staff said that.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so the president of the United States is on record. No, he wasn't acting as an assassin. He's selling you out, man. This motherfucker will sell you guys out. He sent his people out there on Saturday to get all you dumb fucking rubes all bought into the idea that this was an assassin, and you all hit your Twitters like, yeah, he's fucking armed, he came at him, he was gonna murder federal agents. You all fell in line like the motherfucking sheep that you are, and within 72 hours, your great pumpkin is fucking turning on you. You're a fool. You're a fool. You bought the bait. He saw it. He was like, oh, that didn't work. I got to say the exact opposite now, which is what he's doing. He changed course. You fucking people. You fucking people.
Mr. Pretti, your deputy chief of staff said that. You don't think so?
With that being said, you can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns.
This motherfucker's just making it up as he goes along, and you're all like, whatever he says. But that being said, come on, reasonable people. This is fucking Trump the liberal. This is who Trump is. Trump is a New York fucking moderate who's got a lot of Hollywood friends, and he sees the world in a certain way. That's the real guy. The guy that's been performing for you since 2016 is the one that looked at a bunch of inbred hillbillies and said, I bet I could get them to support me. Y'all got fucking duped. This is who he is, because this is what a reasonable person says. Yeah, of course you shouldn't have fucking guns everywhere. That is reasonable. But you people, the people who support him with your dying breath, you people thought that that was one of the most obscene thoughts that anyone could ever have. Well, not anymore. Your guy is saying, come on, let's be responsible with our guns. Oh, fuck you. Fuck. Welcome to our side, President Trump. Come on, this is so great. This is the best. He is selling you out again.
With that being said, you know, we can't have guns. We can't walk in with guns.
What about the Second Amendment?
Listen, we can't walk in with guns. We can't do that. But it's just a very unfortunate incident.
Sir, was Mr. Pretti acting as an assassin?
All right, there you have it.
Acting as an assassin.
Can't have guns, President. Can't have guns. All right, he would go on, just in case you think, well, no, he was just rushed. He was getting into Marine One, and they were just shouting questions. You know how he is. He's an old man. He was just rushed. He didn't really mean that. What he meant is something totally different. Oh, okay. Let's check in with him about a half hour later, where he's asked that question again. By the way, Trump was in Iowa. He was in Iowa. He is kicking off the midterm election season, and all right, so here you go. Here's more. Just because, you know, I know some of you don't want to believe that he meant what he said. Here's more. Here's just more of Trump talking about this. All right, here we go.
Do you agree with the assessment from some of your own officials that Alex Pretti is a domestic terrorist or an assassin?
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly.
He hasn't heard that. He hasn't heard that. Mr. Trump, do you agree with the assessment of your fucking people who said that he was a terrorist? Well, I hadn't heard that. That's not a real thing. They didn't do that. He hadn't heard that. He is straight looking you in the eye and lying to you. And you people are like, Trump always tells the truth. He hasn't heard that. You people are something else, man. And this is why we will never forgive you. This is why we will never, because you're either incredibly stupid or just so stubborn. Just so stubborn. And you can't possibly admit that you have been this wrong for this long. So now you're dug in forever. Either way, you're done. You're never going to be respected by any of us. We'll still keep you around because you're funny. That's obvious. And you're probably a good person in many other ways. But man, oh man, politically, you're on the shelf, kiddo.
He shouldn't have been carrying a gun, but hey, look, bottom line.
Shouldn't have been, hold on, we got to go back to that. Shouldn't have been carrying a gun. What? I sleep with a gun. I'm as maggot as they come, and I sleep with a gun. I shower with a gun. I go to the Starbucks with a gun. I go to the kids' recital with a gun. I shovel snow with a gun. Woo, Trump's telling you can't have guns everywhere. Get mad. Turn on your orange pumpkin. Let's go.
Terrorist or an assassin?
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But hey, look, bottom line, everybody in this room, we view that as a very unfortunate incident. Everyone.
Yeah, of course.
You're a stupid person. Very, very unfortunate incident. I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines.
Doesn't like that. Trump doesn't like concealed carry. Doesn't like it. He's on record just the second time now in like 45 minutes that he has said the exact same thing.
It's a lot of bad stuff. And despite that, I say that's a very unfortunate.
What do you think of some Republicans saying?
All right, there you go. That's our guy. That's our guy. Just whatever he thinks. Just whatever this latest vibe is that he's got, that's going to be his worldview. Maybe we'll attack Iran. don't know. Maybe we'll go after Canada again. Guns? You like guns? Yeah, can't take them everywhere, though. It's funny how principles like the Second Amendment or death, it's funny how principles have a way of just completely crumbling when they become inconvenient for you, as they are in this case. All right. Well, again, I started the show out by telling you that I have identified two distinct groups of people here on Earth. The first group are people who care, people who just care about shit. They just, they cry at commercials, they adopt dogs from the shelter. They see an old woman, they help them cross the street. They see homeless people and they get really emotional and sad. People, they're not debilitated by any of these things, but it registers emotionally on them. And then there's the second group of people who don't give a fuck about nothing. They don't fucking care about you. They don't care about something somebody else is going through. They have an unbelievable way of just only caring about themselves. They're selfish and they lack empathy. So those are the two groups of people. And the real problem, the thing that stops us from just being able to coexist peacefully, is that the group of people who don't give a fuck, they don't give a fuck about, well, fucking look at that guy, homeless guy, fuck him. Those people think that the people who care are faking, because the people who don't care don't have any basis for understanding what this emotion could be, because they don't have that emotion. So they think they're faking. That's also an indication of a small mind, somebody who can't see anything past their own experiences, which I think a lot of those people are anyway, but that's where we are. All right. Let's see. Where are we here? Dog break. All right, here we go. We need a break. We need a break from all this heavy shit. Look at this video. I wanted to show you guys this video. See, sometimes I like to do light things. I love dogs. I love dogs. Miss my dog. Not going to get into that, but here, I want you to see this. Look at this dog. Tell me this isn't the best dog in the world. Tell me this isn't better than, well, you know how I feel about cats. I hate cats. I think cats are terrible. Dogs are awesome. All right, watch this dog. Tell me this isn't the greatest dog. Tell me you wouldn't just kill to own this dog. Watch this guy. All right, look at him. First of all, I don't know what he is. He looks like a polar bear. I think he's probably like a Samoyed or something. Anyway, he looks like a polar bear. He's trying to climb a fence. Watch this dog try and climb this fence. That's a fucking polar bear, you guys. This dog is awesome. Look at the size of these paws, man. This dog is probably 150 pounds, and he's at a distance right now, so we can't see him. But this guy is awesome. All right, let's watch. Okay, he got out.
Federico?
Huh? What?
Ando na faturesca.
Oh, but Daddy, I wanted to go roaming. All right. Look at this guy. You go, buddy. And he's back home. That is the greatest. I am telling you, man, that is worth it. That dog is awesome. He's probably going to cost you about $100 a month in fucking kibble. That dog eats. Look at the size of this thing. But man, I'm telling you, look at this guy. You know what he was doing? That's the dog attitude. The dog is like, I could probably get out of here. I'm not supposed to, but I'm going to get out of here. And he climbs the fence and he's like, I'm going to go walking around for a while. And then he hears his person and he's like, oh, shit, busted. And he stops and he comes back. He comes back. I love it.
Federico? Ando na faturesca.
Right now, the dog's like, I really do want to just go running and roaming, but that guy feeds me. Oh, look at the guy. Look at the guy. Look at him. He's a polar bear. Oh, he's awesome. All right, that's a dog. That's a little dog break. We needed a dog break because we've been talking about some pretty heavy things. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, look at this. We're celebrating Joel M. I don't think I've seen him in the chat room before. Joel M is here. Welcome, Joel. We love new people. Thank you, Joel. Let's see. What do we want to get into? All right. So we did the dog break thing. We did the, okay. So let me be honest here. We'll watch another piece of video here. Get on a video, man. Honestly, from this point forward, it's just going to be us hanging out, watching shit and making fun of it. I want to go on record. I don't like Jake Tapper. I don't know, you guys know Jake Tapper on CNN? He used to be on ABC. He is so smug and he is smarmy. And he's just so pretentious, and he just seems like such an elitist who is working overtime, trying to seem like a regular guy, and it just doesn't work. And I just don't like Jake Tapper. Okay, I can't explain it. Now, I've told you guys over and over again that I am good at two things and only two things in this world. The first is miniature golf. Bring it! I'll smoke the lot of you. Let's go. Miniature golf. We know that. Some say greatest there's ever been. The other thing I'm really good at is judging people. Just a vibe I get. I need to spend 30 seconds with somebody before I can decide whether or not I'll ever loan them money. That's pretty much a gift that I've always had. I can tell if you're a piece of shit very quickly. And it's not through any kind of question and answer or any kind of... No, it's just me watching you for about 30 seconds, the way you stand, the way you treat people, the way you... I can judge people. I'm great at it. So when I tell you I don't like Jake Tapper, it's just because I just get that vibe from him. What a dick. Anyway, Jake Tapper did do something cool yesterday. So, I'll take it away and then I'll give you credit where it's due. Jake Tapper had an interview with some... Okay, so we just listened to Trump totally go 180 on the whole Second Amendment 2A issue that he's always been like, no, you don't touch that. You can do anything you want. Guns, 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 right? He's always been that. And then yesterday Trump's like, you can't bring guns everywhere. So he went completely 180 on that. Here's the problem. All of these spokespeople and MAGA talking heads that then get thrown out into the media sphere and start popping up on TV shows and having to answer questions related to things their golden idol has done. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, well, you support President Trump. He said that, and then they got to answer for it. These people are not up to speed on what the latest thing that the president in this administration is saying, and it's happening almost nightly. Somebody will be like, well, I think that he was a terrorist. And then the host will say, the president just issued this that said that he wasn't. Well, this is happening regularly. Jake Tapper beat the fuck out of a guy last night who was wouldn't break off the talking points. I don't know if you guys know this, but there is an entire class of people who pop up on these shows, and James Parker's one. James Parker's one of these BAP guys, talk radio hosts. There is an email that everybody gets in the morning, and it is the talking points. It is all the things that the Republican Party wants you to be hammering today, whether you're going to be appearing on, the afternoon show on Fox News, or whether you're going to be appearing on, Mark Davis's Dallas show, whatever it is, there are these talking points. The right are fucking good at this, really good at this. And that's what they do. So these talking points are essentially useless in the era of Trump because he changes on a dime what it is, the messaging that you're supposed to be out there putting out versus what it is that he just said 10 minutes ago in a tweet. And it's hysterical when it happens. Well, something like that occurred here. This comes to us. This was Jake Tapper's show yesterday, I believe it was. I don't know who this guy is that he's talking to. Let me see here. We're going to watch this. Hold on. Are they going to make me watch a video? They're probably going to make me watch a commercial here. I apologize. All right.
Really want it with me. I'm at the top. That's 1, not 2 or 3. This left, let's go. I'm unstoppable. Out making boss moves. I've been on a roll. I keep my cool. All right.
So this guy's name is Chad Mizell. Chad Mizell. I don't know who this guy is. Let me see if I can find out who he was. On Tuesday's edition of The Lead, Jake Tapper interviewed Chad Mizell, who was general counsel at the Department of Homeland Security during President Trump's first term. All right, so he's a guy from the first term Trump who didn't get brought back for the second, so he's got to be extra ass kissy. He's got to, because he's hoping there might be some openings, so he needs to be seen now on TV as someone that Trump can trust. So here, let's watch this. This is just good TV. What we're about to see here is just good TV.
Behind the scenes, as you know, I'm sure, blaming the chaos of the last few weeks in Minneapolis on Greg Bovino, the Border Patrol Commando. Do you agree, and do you think that the tone, maybe even the operation, will change with Tom Homan in charge?
Jake, I very much don't agree with that. First off, thank you so much for having me on board. If you want to lay blame at somebody's feet, it is squarely on Tim Walz and the Minnesota officials who have called ICE the modern-day Gestapo, who have told ICE to get the F out of our city, who have encouraged their citizens to protest against ICE, to blow whistles against ICE, to organize signal chats against ICE, not the signal chats thing directly, but all of that type of agitation has been heavily encouraged. And it's exactly that type of agitation that leads to unfortunate circumstances like we saw with Alex Pretti.
So you have an issue with the First Amendment. You don't think that people should be exercising their First Amendment rights to speak about.
All right, so the echo is back. Is this true? Can we get this double confirmed? Oh, wait, but now it says fixed. Let me know. I'm just going to keep playing this. Let me know in the chat room if the audio is being weird, because I'm not doing anything to it. So
Policies that they don't like. You have a more of a problem with that than you have with people killing American citizens. Did I get that right?
Jake, do you actually think you have a First Amendment right to blow a whistle in the ear of law enforcement, to disobey a lawful command from law enforcement, to interfere with a law enforcement investigation, to carry a gun without a proper ID or license as is required under Minnesota law, and then to violently
here we go. This is where it's going to start to
resist arrest? You think you have a First Amendment right to do all that, Jake?
So you think that he should have been killed? It was all his fault?
I didn't say that at all, Jake. You were.
Do I think that you have a First Amendment right to blow a whistle? You're taking issue with somebody. You don't think that they have a First Amendment right to blow a whistle. And just FYI, in the terms of not having your ID on you, that's like a negligible misdemeanor in Minnesota. That's not some major crime.
Jake, the question is, if you're going over the speed limit, are you following the law or are you breaking the law? That's what we're asking ourselves here. If there's
we're asking if, like, I'm breaking the speed limit. If I'm breaking the speed limit, does an officer have a right to shoot and kill me? I think that's really what the question is.
No, what you're trying to say is that he was perfectly law-abiding, and I'm saying from the very get-go, Alex Pretti was not following the law, Jake. And you're saying, well, he had a First Amendment right. You don't have a First Amendment right to break the law.
What law did he break?
He interfered with an ongoing law enforcement investigation. That is a felony.
By doing what? By filming it?
No, Jake. As you know, if before this video, why was Border Patrol even there? Why was ICE there? They were trying to apprehend an illegal alien who had locked himself inside a donut shop and was being aided by the donut shop workers. So Border Patrol was calling for backup. And while they were waiting for backup and trying to clear out the street, because it was an active operation, there were individuals who were interfering with that. Resisting the lawful command of a law enforcement officer is a crime. And then whenever you resist arrest, that's an additional crime. And if you have a gun with you while you're committing an act of violence, in this case, potentially against a law enforcement officer, Jake, that's a third crime. So there's a series of crimes that you potentially committed.
Chad, you know there's video of this, right? I mean, you're accusing Alex Pretti of committing violence. You know we can see what happens, right? I mean, you're aware that
watching video, dude.
And we saw that the officers.
Did you not see him wrestling?
I saw 5 or 6 officers wrestling him. I saw 5 or 6 officers wrestling him to the ground while he was holding up his.
This man. This is what the devil comes as. The devil doesn't come wearing a red suit with horns going, give me your children to eat. The devil comes to you in a suit, well-groomed, very articulate, kind of charming, and not at all volatile. The devil comes to you like this guy. Very calm, Jake. Jake, I don't know. I think that he was attacking. Did you see the video? Jake, this person obviously saw the video. And Jake Tapper is just incredulous. He's like, what? What are you saying? He didn't attack the police. Well, then why did it take 5 of them to get him to the ground, he said. Because he was getting jumped. What the fuck, man? And look at him. And he's probably a very nice guy in his community. I bet friends of his kids, their parents have no problem letting their kids spend the night at his house because he's a good, straightforward man who grooms well and wears a suit, uses big words, and worked for the president once. This fucking guy's a monster. And Jake Tapper, who I don't like, but I don't think Jake Tapper's a monster. I just don't like him. Jake Tapper is absolutely incredulous as to what this guy is saying. He's already said, you know, there's video of this, right? You know that we've all seen, we're listening to what you're saying. You're describing what happened. And you know we've all seen the fucking video, right? Unbelievable. Now, of course, this poor guy is hung out to dry because at the time that he's doing this yesterday on Jake Tapper's show, the administration had already switched gears and we're moving away from this argument. So this guy is not only getting smoked and looks absolutely absurd, but he is pushing a bullshit concept that his puppeteers have already abandoned. It's just a million kinds of fascinating what's happening here.
You know that there's video. You know that there's Chad. You know there's video of this, right? I mean, you're accusing Alex Pretti of committing violence. You know we can see what happened, right? I mean, you're aware that there's video of this, and we saw that the officers.
Did you not see him wrestling?
I saw 5 or 6 officers wrestling him. I saw 5 or 6 officers wrestling him to the ground while he was holding up his camera.
Why does it take 5 or 6 officers to wrestle a single individual? Why does it take 5 or 6 people to wrestle a single individual? Only if that individual is resisting arrest, Jake.
We've had this kind of argument with our dumbest friend in our living room before, right? Oh, maybe not on this subject, but on any number of subjects where your friend is just obviously wrong and they are so dug in and they won't give up that it just turns into like a million different flavors of nonsense.
You just proved my point.
No, I don't think I did. 5 or 6 officers.
Okay, we got to back it up a little bit. He did that trick. He did that old trick where, exactly, I win. No. What are we, 14? What's that video? Remember that viral video of the dudes? They were friends. They're like, I don't know, like high school or college age dudes. And they're just having a screaming match over Glinda the Good Witch and the Wizard of Oz and whether or not she was good or not. That's what this is. This is one of these absolutely absurd. All right, let's back it up a little bit more because it is so good. And this guy is so backed into a corner and Jake Tapper isn't giving him an ounce of daylight to squeeze through. Jake's like, and we saw the video. Yeah, no, we saw the video. And he's like, what? So great. And again, he is arguing a position for the White House that the White House has already abandoned earlier in the day. So he's just all kinds of fucking out of step.
Jumping on somebody who obviously was immediately on the ground and one hand was on the ground and one hand was holding his camera is not evidence that 6 people needed to be doing that. That's like saying he deserved to be shot. Otherwise, why would the officers have shot him? You really don't think that they did anything, that there's any question about whether or not this man deserved to be shot? You really think that this was fine? This was a fine act? Because I don't even think there are people in the Trump administration who are arguing that.
Jake, to be clear, I'm not saying that this is a fine act. I think that, to take President Trump's terms, this is incredibly unfortunate. And so as I try to rewind the clock and say, how could we avoid this? I start with not 2 minutes before the incident happened, but 10 minutes before the incident happened and say, well, if we didn't have individuals in a donut shop harboring an illegal alien, by the way, another crime, then you wouldn't have had this situation where Border Patrol is outside in the streets calling for backup and trying to clear the streets out in front of a active law enforcement operation.
Chad, if you're
that
so,
one act,
if you're so offended,
Alex Pretti would still be alive today.
All right. I thought that was fun. There we go. Can I address something, though? And I don't want to get all deep, but this is kind of a deep way of looking at this. Harboring, I don't know if you said harboring. Sounds like the right word. Hiding targets of the ICE investigation in your donut shop is a crime. And he said that matter-of-factly. He was trying to list as many reasons as to why it was okay to murder Alex Pretti as he could. And that was one of them. Totally unrelated to Alex Pretti. He has nothing to do with that donut shop or anything. But okay, whatever. But let's think about that. Hiding targets of ICE is a crime. How fucking Orwellian is that? How America 2026 is that? You're not breaking any rules. You're not hurting anyone. You're not stealing. It's not theft. It's not a crime. What it is a moral crime. Or at least for the people who are choosing in this instance to break the law, it isn't the way most people choose to break the law for their own benefit or money or, hey, look at what I didn't know. These individuals are breaking the law based on a moral decision that they have made as to what is right and what is wrong. And if you are the kind of thoughtless person who thinks that all laws are right because they're laws, then you're one of the people that Jake Tapper was talking about when he said a justification for the shooting could be, well, they shot him because why would they shoot him if they didn't need to shoot him? It's just weird. Those people in the donut shop who are harboring targets of the ICE sweep are criminals in America in 2026. The people who hid Anne Frank were also criminals in the Netherlands in 1939 or whenever that was. Does history view them as criminals? No, they got fucking movies made about them. This is where, it gets to that point. And somebody said it earlier today. And one of the reasons that I've made this change to just try and be honest about what it is that I'm seeing, be a witness to this history is because, one, I think that this is historic times. We are, as I said in the beginning, this generation, we are blessed to live in a time that will be talked about for a long time. Not every generation gets that, but we got that. We're here now. So I'm witnessing this. And one of the reasons that I'm witnessing this, and one of the reasons why suddenly I'm political when I was never political before, I am not political now. But the reason I'm speaking in these terms that can be deduced as political, I think they're just sociological, but okay, is because I got a kid, right? We all have kids. And it's not like, I want a world for my kid. No, it's far more selfish than that. When I'm dead and gone, and when the history is settled here, I want my kid to absolutely fucking know that his dad was not in league with the modern American Nazis. If that's 40 years from now, my kid will absolutely know where I stood. And I believe with all my heart that I am standing on the right side of history. Maybe some of your grandparents didn't. Maybe your grandparents are pictured blocking the doorway, stopping black kids from getting into school in 1956. We all like to test ourselves, right? Well, if I was there, I wouldn't have done that. Well, now we are here, fuckers. We are in a moment where you got to decide, are you going to stand in the doorway? Or are you going to support black kids that want to go to school? Because that was history. And there's a whole bunch of our grandparents who are on the wrong side of that fucking one. And if you're a decent person, that's a strike against them, no matter how much you love Mama and Papa. I'm sure this is a very common thing in Germany. I love my grandpa, but you know what? He fucking was a guard at a concentration camp. So, when we're forced to watch the videos that we watched over the last few days, and when we're forced and asked to consider things like, are people running a donut shop who are hiding some immigrants in the back, are they criminals or not? These are the questions of history. These are the flashpoints where you'll be like, where did you stand? I stand on the side that says that those fucking people are not criminals. They are heroes. They are Americans. And that there is a moment where now they have to put their shit on the line because, yeah, they're criminals and they got federal agents kicking in their glass at their donut shop. And they're donut shop operators, okay? They're not. Did you see the donut shop? It was like some mom and pop joint, some neighborhood donut shop. I don't know how many fucking donuts they're selling, but I don't know that they got enough to just, replace all the windows after the feds come and kick them in. Those people are heroes. And there are some of you out there who for some reason want them to be the bad guys. They're protecting humans. They're not protecting child molesters and pedophiles and shit like that. They're protecting maids. They're protecting handymen, cooks at your favorite restaurant. That's who they're fucking protecting, okay? Nobody disagrees that we need a concerted and strategic, surgical even, operation where we target and hunt down the actual fucking violent criminals that we need out now. The rest of these people that are contributing, that aren't causing problems, that have beautiful homes and manicured yards, leave them the fuck alone and let them continue whatever process it is that they are going through. Because that's one of the things that's happening. These promises that were made to these people, and it doesn't matter. We have administrations that change. One administration does one thing and then the next one comes. We have to honor these fucking things. These people are here. But they're just throwing people out who are doing everything right. And not a goddamn person I know would have a problem if they were just marching an endless stream of dudes with fucking snake tattoos on their face. But that ain't what we're seeing, people. We're seeing little kids crying by cars. We're seeing moms ripped out of carpool lanes. We're seeing roundups at Walmart parking. We're seeing things that disturb decent American people who understand a need for law enforcement when it comes to criminals. We should be rounding up all fucking criminals, not just the illegals. Hell, the illegals should be easier to round up because don't we have at least some kind of paperwork on them? We know they're illegals. But that's the other reason for why we're seeing these things. We know that this president is big about numbers. He's big about ratings. He's big about my numbers versus Biden's numbers. We know that that's what he's about. And when this plan was initiated and they started to target the career fucking criminals who we all need out of this country, they realized that, well, this is slow going because these guys are, they're career criminals and they're good at this stuff. Wouldn't it be great if all the career criminal and horrible immigrants and, monsters that we all agree need to get the fuck out of? Wouldn't it be great if they just hung out in front of Walmart waiting to get hired for day labor? But they don't because they're criminals. And then Trump gets on the phone. He's like, why are my numbers so low? Why aren't you? So then you get Bovino in there and he's like, just fucking round everybody up. We got to beat Biden's numbers. And we have this. That's how we got here. That's what this is. And there isn't a right-thinking, normal person in America who has a problem with us addressing criminal illegal aliens who are in this country causing all kinds of havoc. Do you think that moderates, independents, people who don't like Trump, do you think that we see these pictures of that beautiful little girl who was murdered by some monstrous illegal? And do you think we see that and we think, ha 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 ha, well, you're a fucking jerk off if you think that that's what we... No, we understand that's a problem. So let's get that guy and not get some broad who's walking two kids. I was trying to draw like a nanny thing, like a Mexican nanny, but then I went, no, walking, you don't walk kids. Strolling is the word I should have gone with. But I didn't have it. All right. Yeah. So I need a break now. Quick one. I'm going to go take another break. I'm sorry, but that was just a little extemporaneous rant on my part. After all, we do call the show The Rant. I do want to one more time remind you that if you support this kind of talk radio, please drop a little something in either the Cash App or the Venmo. It is how this opposition talk keeps going. We've been doing it every day since 2021, so it's not like you're investing in something we're going to give up on. Oh, I wanted to say this too. I had this thought. So as the terrible people get more and more desperate and see the obvious culmination of their evil deeds coming, whether it be in the midterms or whether it be, JD, come on, JD, 25th Amendment, bro, you can do it. Or that, whatever it is, as they get more desperate, more scary, I'm like, just going to start rounding people up. That's the next thing. They're going to start rounding up critics. And I'm like, on the one hand, I'm like, well, I'm so fucking insignificant with my 15 listeners. I go, there's no way they even bother with me. And then I think, oh no, I'm the one that they'll disappear first because I'm easy. Because no one will miss me. So let me just say this. Yes, I have, over the course of my career in radio, discussed my therapy and discussed my depression, but I like to think that I am in masterful command of all of that shit. So if I ever get arrested and I die in custody of suicide, not fucking true. Not fucking true. Okay, just so you know, they're going to play things, they'll find videos. Well, if I was lucky enough in death to become popular, watch I die, and then all of a sudden, all these old videos, they just get real fucking popular. Well, that'd be good. Ed could cash in on that. Yeah, that'd be good. But I am not suicidal, just so you know. Also, and I can't believe that this kind of shit needs to be stated, but what the fuck? We are in the era where if it's not written down, it must be legal. So let me just say, I am no way involved in sex trafficking or global child porn or anything like that. Look, here's the thing you can believe. If I ever get arrested and charged with bank robbery, that you can believe. Because as I keep telling you folks, I think I can rob a bank. I think I've been obsessed with it. I think there's a way to do it. I think there's a way to do it, and I think there's a way to get away with it. And I've shared you some of my details. I think that one of the most important things is it's got to be a bank in a grocery store. It's got to be a bank in a grocery store. And there's a BMX bike involved and a couple of stash cars. But I think, so that's the only thing. Remember, recapping, I am not going to kill myself in jail. Okay, so if I get arrested and rounded up, and if those charges are anything like global sex trafficking or, crazy weird stuff like that, it ain't true. Just saying, it's not like I know. Oh, I see what Pugs is doing. Pugs knows that there's there's no investigations into me that I know of. Anyway, but I was thinking about this last night. I was watching an Epstein thing. Something we've totally all forgotten about. I was watching an Epstein thing and I'm like, oh, and then they showed in this Epstein thing, they showed like Jussie Smollett. Remember Jussie Smollett when he got hustled off to jail and he started yelling, I am not suicidal. And we all went, well, he's crazy. He's definitely suicidal. But no, I get what we get what he was doing. So I am not suicidal. And I panicked last night. A little high. I'll admit it. I was a little high. And I panicked a little. I'm like, oh, wait, but they could easily kill me in prison because I've got years of talking about depression and all of that. Oh, my God, they're going to get away with it. All right, so there you go. We've laid it all out for you. All right. Remember, the only thing that I'll get arrested for, and you can believe, is probably bank robbery. Is there anything else? Is there anything else that I am capable of? Yeah, like if I met the right person, I could get involved in a con, in like a good con. Because honestly, at my age, I've seen like so many people just, make money legally that is just like totally a con. So I would be open to that. I would be open to like some big scheme that I could see, I'd live really well for 5 years and then I'd spend my 70s in some white collar club fed. I could do that. That's something to believe. No, but no violent crimes, right? Like I'm not a violent dude. They wouldn't. I get all my violence out here during the stream. All right, I think I've covered it all. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick. And when we come back, we've got a bunch more stuff to get into. I want to talk Bill Belichick. I want to talk Shedeur Sanders. Yeah, we'll do some football stuff. Also, we've got Trump's Board of Peace. We got to go through the Board of Peace. Remember I told you about this a couple weeks ago? Cost you $1 billion. You get to be on Trump's little alternative UN Security Council. Yeah, it's a real thing. And we've got a list. We've got a list of the charter members of Trump's Board of Peace. Oh, it's fantastic. It is a rogues gallery of every place you've never wanted to go. It's just, what? All right, so we'll do that, and we got a whole bunch of other stuff, too. We got more show. Don't worry about it. I got stuff to do, but I do have to go to the bathroom really bad. Okay, be right back. All right, there we go. Here we are. The sun is out again, coming through. I got the blinds drawn, but it's still creating that ugly, foggy backlight that I have to deal with whenever we get close to the 3 o'clock hour. Oh, boy. Whew. Where were we? Yeah, that was kind of an emotional dump that I just gave you there, talking about the donut shop people. That struck me. I thought that was. Hey, let's talk about Amazon, okay? Amazon, Jeff Bezos, who is. Okay, guys. I dislike these people immensely. The billionaire class, the people who are so much better than us. We're just mere peasants. Jeff Bezos is certainly one of the guys on the board of assholes that I guess we would call this billionaire class of puppet masters. you got him. Who else is in the? You got Elon, of course. And here's the real scary ones are the ones whose names we don't even know. Those are the most effective mafia bosses. The ones whose names you don't know. Tony Accardo. You don't know who Tony Accardo is. You know who John Gotti is because he was sloppy as fuck. Teflon Don. You got to be sloppy as fuck to be charged that many times and still be the head of a family. Tony Accardo was the longest serving mafia boss in this country. He was the most powerful mafioso in this country for about 50 years. He replaced Al Capone, and he never spent a day in jail. Never spent a goddamn day in jail, was never arrested for anything, and nobody knows who the fuck Tony Accardo is except all the other mafia bosses whose names you do know. They all know who he is. I don't know. How did I get onto that? I don't know what the fuck I was talking about there. Let's check in with the chat room. Jeff Bezos. That's right. Mafia bosses. They're acting like mafia bosses. Anyway, I hate all these guys. And essentially, they've figured out that there's like four sectors of things. You got food. You need food. Entertainment. You need food, entertainment. You need weapons, web of science, weapons, space. AI. You need AI. And that's it. That's all you need. Okay, so like those are the four things. You tell I'm just freeballing this. I've never thought about that before until right now, but let's go with it, okay? Why not? We're streaming. So those are like the four things. And this group of billionaires, they've basically figured out that they're going to own every fucking company in every one of those four sectors. And then they'll just control the entire world. And I don't know how far along they are in their plan because, as I told you, I'm just making this up right now. But it's just a mechanism to think about the power that they have, the outsourced power and influence that they have. Jeff Bezos is buying up information sites, sources, Washington Post. Excuse me. He already runs Amazon. How much shit does Amazon... The guy started out selling books online. That was it, from his garage, right? Jesus, man. I mean, that's a nice story. That is a nice story. That is the American dream story. But it just ends in this grotesque Frankenstein. Social network, Mark Zuckerberg. That was a nice story. We're like, as a kid, a little weird, autistic kid, weird kid. And then he turns into this fucking monster. Money corrupts. We'd all like to have, I'd like to have just enough money that it wouldn't completely turn me into a superior jerk off. Nice car, I don't need to fly private. First class would be nice. That'd be good. First class, that'd be cool. But I don't know. I've never been a money guy. I have never done anything because of the money. I don't know. I've never had dreams of great wealth. My kid can't believe it. My 16-year-old. I mean, because we talk about these kinds of things all the time. We have pretty good conversations. He just can't believe it. He knows that's who I am. I mean, I've walked out on major contracts, famously in Dallas. So it's never been about money. And I also do think that ties into what I talked about before, my depression and therapy and working on that and figuring out who I am. I do think that is one of the great breakthroughs of my life that I had about 15 years ago. And that was the discovery that the most important thing for me is to not be miserable. And anything that I can do to ward off being miserable, because when I am internally miserable, That is just when shit goes wild. So I have figured out non-traditional ways to keep myself from wanting to hang myself in the garage, if I can be so blunt about it. Tools. Talk about them all the time. But anyway, one of the aspects of that is that I've never been money driven, and I think it's because I realized that money wouldn't make me happy. And I know enough people who have a lot of money and they are miserable motherfuckers. So I'm comfortable. I love being comfortable, but it doesn't take an awful lot to make me comfortable. I need an internet connection. I need a bed with some nice pillows, food in my belly, right? That's comfort. So if money can do comfort, I don't need a yacht. You know how hard it would be to have a yacht? It's like, oh, you don't want to have a yacht to go to on Saturday? Where do I got to go? You got to go down to the marina. You could have a helicopter take you there. Where's the helicopter land? In my backyard? Yeah, it's in your backyard. It's going to be loud. We have to put on shoes. See, I mean, I'm just not built for it. I don't know. Don't you want to go to like a jet set party? See, this was always the case with Kelly and me. Kelly was a social butterfly. We got a lot of invitations to things, going backstage at concerts and, private parties and after shows and stuff like that. I never went. I was always like, nah, I don't want to go. And like backstage, Kelly's always like, come on. Every time I've been backstage somewhere, Kelly has dragged me backstage because she didn't want to go alone. And then what do? You stand against the wall. There's a rock star right there. Cool. And you don't belong there. Has always been my kind of vibe on it. I don't belong here. I'm in the way. So I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. I feel like I'm in a good rant though. I feel like I don't know what this is, but I feel like I'm in kind of a zone today. Big Luke with a good line. That's a perfect line. But then we'll get into the Amazon story. It's just gross. And I know we'll get back to the 4 sectors. But Big Luke has a great sunlight at 3 p.m. hour. We in Arlington call that the AT&T Stadium problem. That is a real fucking problem. You know who else thinks that's a real problem? The fucking networks. It looks so bad on TV. And all of those 3 o'clock games are almost always the Fox game of the week or whatever it is. Although maybe not now. Maybe, they're in a bit of a down cycle. But you know what I'm saying. It looks bad on TV. All right, so Amazon is in the news. Why? Because Amazon making more money than they've ever made in their history. Oh, my God. Amazon is getting so involved in this AI. Woo! More money, more money, more money. They're firing everybody. 16,000 jobs. 16,000 human beings getting their walking papers there at Amazon. And we ain't talking about the people driving around in the cars, clogging up our neighborhoods every day. God bless those people. Those is the working people. They'll be replaced. They'll be replaced as soon as the autonomous vehicle and robot delivery becomes a thing. So they're on, borrowed time. But right now, Amazon, going after the middle management, going after the white collars. Yeah, 16,000 people who work in Amazon. In the offices, like as Amazon office people, they're all losing their jobs. Why? Because AI can do all their jobs, all of them. And Jeff Bezos will control all the jobs, and he won't have to pay anybody. Won't have to pay anybody nothing. I was talking to a friend of mine. She had her kid. She was like all pissed off because her kid's going to college. And her kid is not doing anything computer related. And she's had her kid doing coding since he was like 5. Like, remember all the parents were like, I've got little Jimmy in coding. He is going to be able to code by the time he is 12 years old, and he will be hired by Apple for $1 million a year at 17. That's why I've got my kid coding. Yeah, AI does coding now. It's not a skill that's going to be in demand. Sorry, Mom. Fuck. What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Because I know all you hillbillies out there who still support Trump. I know all you people are against a universal income. What? You mean I'm just going to get paid X amount of dollars because there's no jobs, because the government's making money hand over fist with the no jobs? And so you get to figure out which lane you're in, because that's where we are headed. We are headed to this country just becoming a giant cash register with zero workforce. Jeff Bezos going to run around 16,000 people this time. He did 5,000 over the summer. 16,000, this is a pretty big one. 16,000 this time. How many before it's just Jeff Bezos and fucking C3PO running Amazon? And what are those people supposed to do? And I'm not just talking about Amazon. You know this is fucking industry, corporate, company, country, worldwide. There are no jobs. Grab a shovel. You can always dig a ditch. No, they got robots for that shit now. Robots dig the ditches. Well, you can pick fruit. No, they got robots to pick fruit. Air traffic control. Nah, come on, man. Computers do everything better than people, and they don't complain, and they don't require a salary. So the person in charge of all these people who are replacing them with nothing but robots, that person's going to make even more money, and we're here for it because so many of us support these people. If you agree politically with anything that Jeff Bezos does, you ought to be fucking red flagged. You ought to go, oh, wait a second, maybe that's... None of these people, especially the ones who now gravitate so closely to the MAGA sun, none of these people are good people. And there are some billionaires out there who are good people. I think Mark Cuban's a good person. I know Mark Cuban personally. Well, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, just from having him on the shows over the years. He's not a friend or anything. I don't have his phone number. Mark's cool. Mark's a good guy. Mark's an everyman. But Mark is a pissant compared to the people I'm talking about. Mark's got like what? How many Mark's 3-4 billion? I don't even know. Mark's somewhere in like the, that range, 5 billion and below range. Elon Musk is like about to be a trillionaire. Jeff Bezos is like $300 billion. I mean, we're talking about guys that look at Mark Cuban like, that's cute. So, I mean, I don't know who the big, powerful, super billionaire is that, can align themselves with the opposition. I ain't seeing it. It says here, the Amazon story, the e-commerce giant has been cutting costs while pouring resources into building data centers to compete in the race to dominate artificial intelligence. Though business has been booming, Amazon said on Wednesday that it was laying off 16,000 more corporate employees as it looked to trim bureaucracy and free up money for new jets and yachts. It doesn't say that. The cuts were widely expected across Amazon's corporate workforce since late October, when the company laid off 14,000. Oh, I missed that one. I thought it was just the 5 that they laid off in July, but they did 14,000 people in October as well. 16,000 now. Fuck it. I don't need to read anymore. Yeah, that's just, you get the gist, right? What jobs are going to be left? Seriously, greeter at Walmart? Quite frankly, I would rather have a robot greet me. Yeah, it'd be fun. Robot. It'd be fun at first. Right now, the whole concept of robots is fun. Admit it. Because we don't see them every day. They're new and they're special and they're fun, but you just wait till robots are in every aspect of our life constantly. We're going to fucking hate them. We're going to hate them, and we're going to be mean to the robots. And at that point, the robots, this is Planet of the Apes, basically. I'm basically describing Planet of the Apes. Or Battlestar Galactica. That's it. Battlestar Galactica. That's what's going to happen. You want to see what's going to happen with artificial intelligence? Just go binge watch Battlestar Galactica. That is the entire premise of that series. That we created the Cylon to do the shit work that we didn't want to do, but then the Cylons got really good and they started doing all the work. And then all of a sudden the Cylon decided they didn't need us. And that's Battlestar Galactica. So great. So great. Anyway. So there you go. So Amazon, Jeff Bezos, all of your heroes, all you Elon bros, they're at it again. And Jeff Bezos, just letting everybody know, 16,000 people out of a job. Let's talk about Trump's Board of Peace. So the Board of Peace was something that was conceptualized, would you believe, by Stephen Miller. Apparently this is a Stephen Miller hit, which is alarming because I thought Stephen Miller was essentially just an advisor on domestic policy, immigration and hating coloreds and stuff like that. I thought that was his job. I had no idea that Stephen Miller had his hands in global policy. Fuck. So Trump, he doesn't like the UN. Yeah, a bunch of fags. Yeah, UN. Oh, those people, they ain't Americans. Yeah, that's the fucking point, dude. That's what they ain't. So the UN Security Council is essentially what has maintained, or no, let's not give him credit, or, especially I'm no expert, but the UN Security Council is why we haven't used nukes on each other yet. All right, whatever Fox News or, Alex Jones has told you to believe about them, they're the epicenter of the cabal. Fuck you, all right? They're not. It's the billionaires. Point is this, the UN Security Council has kept us out of nuclear war, and it's what they were designed to do. So, congrats. They've been 100%. Trump doesn't like them, though. Trump doesn't like them because apparently, they don't support Trump when he wants to do crazy things or whatever the issue is. I'm not even certain why Trump doesn't like them. But Trump has decided that he is going to create an alternative to the UN Security Council. Now, this whole thing came out of the Gaza peace deal. This is supposed to be an organization that is only interested in the peace to be had in the Gaza Strip. That's theoretically what this is supposed, but it's grown into something much larger, and now it is being called Trump's personal UN Security Council. Now, I told you about, how this works, right? The Board of Peace, you if you want to be on Trump's Board of Peace, well, we're going to need to see your humanitarian record. We're going to need to see, no, I'm kidding. We didn't need to see none of that. You got to have $1 billion. You got $1 billion? You got $1 billion? You can be on Trump's Board of Peace. You fucking people. There's so much of this stuff, and we never mentioned so much of the stuff. So much of the obvious crooked bullshit. From the plane to the Trump mansions to this. We didn't even talk about this. To the letter that was sent to the officials in Minnesota from the White House that said that we'll withdraw our ICE and border security troops if you turn over your voter rolls. Yeah, that's a real story that just got absolutely fucking no coverage because of all the other nonsense going on. In the middle of this on Sunday, this was, I think, Saturday night. The White House, was it a letter from Pam Biondi? I think it might have been from Pam Biondi. So maybe it's not from the White House, it's from the Department of Justice. But at any rate, a letter was sent to the governor and Keith Ellison, the attorney general, and I think Mayor Fry in Minneapolis. Letters were sent from the White House that said that we will withdraw the troops. We will stop. They had just murdered someone in the street. We will stop our troop action, what we're doing, if you give us the voter rolls. And now the Board of Peace for $1 billion. So where that $1 billion is going, is anybody asking that question? Where does the $1 billion go? Here's the sales pitch too. I love this sales pitch. So you join the board, and if you pay $1 billion now, you won't have to pay it again in 3 years. So he's basically laying it out, Trump, with his Board of Peace. His pitch to all of these fucking sycophant countries. His pitch to them is, if you join the board, you give me $1 billion now, or we're going to require that you pay us $1 billion in 3 years after we've accomplished all these things. But if you pay it now, you won't have to pay it then. You can pay ahead, and then if you don't want to, just go fuck off. You don't even have to be involved. But just give us the $1 billion now, and not in 3 years. What's in 3 years? Well, he won't be president, and the board probably won't be around. So give us the $1 billion now. It's a shakedown. It's a shakedown. We're going to charge you again, and you have to pay it by 3 years, whatever it is. It's just such a fucking weird sales pitch. So he put this out. He went over there when he was at the whatever that place was in Switzerland, Davos. He's over there in Davos. This is where he like first put this out there, and he was recruiting people, and everybody's like, ugh, no thanks, right? All the normal countries like, ugh, no thanks. So let's take a look at who the original signatures of the Trump Board of Peace are. Here's who's going to maintain peace in the world with Donald Trump. We got Albania. The fuck is Albania? We got Argentina. That's that crazy guy. That's the crazy guy down there. Argentina's a crazy country. We got Armenia. We got Azerbaijan. We got Bahrain. We got Belarus. Here's the great part about Belarus. We got Belarus, which is a puppet nation to Russia. The guy who runs Belarus is like, Putin's best friend or whatever. So we got Belarus, but we don't have Russia. We don't have Russia, but we got Belarus. So Vladimir Putin's like too cool for this. He's like, no, I'm too cool. I don't want to hang out with Trump and these weirdos. I want to hang out with cool people like China and England. These are the cool people. Italy. No. He said, you go, Belarus. He's like, you go, you join. You tell me, you report back, you tell me what's going on. Putin doesn't want to hang out with these nerds. This is like a bad list. And Putin's like, yeah, there's nobody cool coming to this party. All right, so we got Albania, Argentina, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Belarus, Bulgaria, Cambodia. Cambodia checking in. Egypt, El Salvador. Well, we've got the good prison relationship with El Salvador. Hungary. Orban was going to be involved here. He's like, where do I sign, brother? Indonesia, Jordan, Kazakhstan, my wife. Yeah, he's got them. He's got Kazakhstan on the list. We're not done. He's got Kosovo, Kuwait, Mongolia, Morocco. I didn't even know Morocco was a real country. Wait, which is the real one and which is the fake? But there's like something over there that's not real. I don't know. I'm not going to get distracted. Whatever. It's like something from like some fairy tale or something. I don't know. Morocco, Pakistan. That's right. We're going to be maintaining the peace with our good friends Pakistan, who we know we can always trust. Paraguay, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. Oh, yeah, these are Trump's new best boys, Saudi Arabia. Trump fucking loves these guys. Oh, they're hysterical. We got a country here. It's using made-up letters. It's not, I think it's Turkey. Have you guys ever seen how Turkey is being presented these days? The country of Turkey. T-U with 2 dots over it. So was it an umlaut? So T, umlaut U, R, K, I, Y, E. I'm going Turkey. Erdogan's coming to this party. It's got all the lamest dudes. No hot chicks. Come. This is a fucking sausage party. No hot chicks, and probably best for the hot chicks because a lot of these countries, I don't think, accept no. Do you know what I mean? Then we got United Arab Emirates. We've got the United States. Hey, America's on board. What do you mean there's no cool people at this party? And then we got Uzbekistan, and Vietnam. Yeah, that's it. That's the border peace. That's who we're rolling into, the next world war with. It's going to be us, Albania, Belarus. But Belarus is a spy. Don't trust Belarus in this whole thing. Belarus is there because Putin doesn't want to be there because it's a nerd party. So Putin's like, nah, you go. You call me if any hot chicks show up. That's exactly what Putin's doing. Well, let's talk about who's not there. China's not there. China's like, fuck off. What? This little dork party of yours? China don't want nothing to do with it. India ain't there. Brazil ain't there. I mean, we are talking about the emerging superpowers. Look, you know what? Even South Africa isn't there. South Africa's like, no. Australia's not there. Canada's not there. None of the awesome countries are there. And you know what I mean by awesome countries? I mean the countries that we want to go to. The countries that we save money to travel to. There's no Ireland. There's no UK. There's no Germany. There's no Italy. There's no France. There's no Luxembourg. There's no Australia. No Canada. I already said that. But there's none of the big ones. Like, if this is our little thing and we're going to war, then that means the guys on the outside looking in are China, India, Brazil, and Russia. Yeah, that's a lot. Plus, the former NATO nations. Come on, what are we doing here? This is a money shakedown. All of these countries paid $1 billion to somebody? I don't know. Maybe we should find out. All of these countries paid $1 billion to have unfettered access to the President of the United States. That's what's going on. Oh, but Obama wore a brown suit and Kamala cackled like a whore. So I expect better. User knows all the best people. It is the Legion of Doom. These are the bad guys. You guys, we are creating a super team of bad guys. And we don't even have the people who we were told. The people who we were told over the past 20, 30 years who were the bad guys, we don't even have them. They're still enemies. It's just that the guys we got now backing us up are Kazakhstan and Morocco. Hey, can we get France and Germany, that German engineering, that French aeronautic expertise, and that fucking fight of the British? Can we get them back on our side? No. We got a bunch of Borats. That's who we're rolling with. We're rolling with a bunch of fucking Borats. Good job, Trump. He's going to need those billions when he's living in the Trump mansions located in suburban Riyadh or wherever the hell they are. I don't know. All right, let's see here. Border peace. That was fun. Elsewhere in the world, there is a better than likely chance that there is going to be a significant World Cup boycott. It's a story that's been percolating for a couple of weeks. It really started to get some traction around the time that Trump was threatening NATO and saying he was going after Greenland, but it hasn't gone away, and now it's getting some momentum. In Europe, there's a growing clamor for some corners to boycott the World Cup and questioning of the fitness of the United States to host the tournament. Europe they gave him a peace prize. They gave him, remember that? Remember they gave him when he wasn't completely bonkers just a couple of months ago. He wasn't completely bonkers yet. They wanted to make sure that he didn't, have armed troops everywhere at the World Cup, so they had to kiss his ass a little bit. And they're like, here's a peace prize. We invented it for you. A thing that should be earth-shatteringly humiliating for a normal person, but not for Trump. He was like, see, I got a peace prize. You know why? Because everything in his life has always been a fucking participation trophy. He has never fucking earned anything in his life. He is the boss's son. All right, so what's Europe saying about this? It says here, they're questioning the fitness of the United States to host the tournament A petition has been circulated by a popular Dutch broadcaster, Toon van Durken Kranken. I think I fucking nailed it. I'm not even kidding. I think that's his name. Let me try it again. Hold on. Toon, T-E-U-N, Toon Vande, Vande, V-A-N-D-E, Kuken. Yeah, I think I nailed it, man. Toon van de Kuken. He's very popular. He's a Dutch shock jock. Van de Kuken in the morning. I just created a new character. Hamster dames. Now I lost the accent. Fuck me. I lost the accent. Jane, if I say the name. Oh, there he is. No, okay, we're not going to do this. Dutch broadcaster Toon van de Kuken started a petition that calls on the Netherlands to withdraw from tournament play. His petition has garnered more than 400,000 signatures in less than 24 hours. He says, we do not want our footballers. No, I can't do it. See, I'm not good. I bit off too much. I got greedy. I'm like, hey, maybe after doing this for 25 years, I can become a voice guy. Let's try. Yeah. Sorry about that. Know thyself. Van de Keken. All right, what does he say? He says, we don't want our footballers, through their performances at the tournament, to implicitly support the policy of violent terrorism pursued by President Donald Trump against innocent immigrants, whether or not they hold a U.S. passport, the petition says. Van der Kuken's ire is not unique. French lawmaker Eric Coquerel urged let's try that one. Eric Coquerel. Fuck it. Eric Coquerel, a French lawmaker, urged the boycott, expressing outrage over the idea of playing in a country who attacks its neighbors, threatens to invade Greenland, and destroys international law. And that's what they're saying in the French parliament. In an interview with Le Monde like, I don't know. Le Monde. It's like a big paper, USA Today. Maybe in France. I don't know. I don't know if they have that there. Hey, do we have that here? We don't have USA. That's not a thing anymore, right? USA Today. I got the hiccups. Sorry. French lawmaker Eric Coquerel urged a boycott, expressing outrage over the idea of playing in a country who attacks its neighbors, threatens to invade Greenland, and destroys international law. In an interview with Le Monde, Claude Leroy, a prominent French soccer coach, pointed to Trump's gutting of humanitarian aid to African countries as justification for Trump not deserving the prestige of a World Cup. A motion signed by more than 24 lawmakers in Britain's parliament this week called on FIFA to mandate the exclusion of the U.S. national team from the... Oh, my God. What? The tantrum Trump would throw. They're going to add us to a list with with Russia. Russia can't play in the tournament because of Ukraine. Russia's not allowed. Russia doesn't get to play in the World Cup. And they're going to add us to Russia. It's going to be us and Russia. Oh, my God. It's like the two bullies getting timeouts at the same time. Fuck. Yeah, no way that flies. No way. Look, we're the host country. Well, one of the host countries. We're the main host country. I know a couple games in Canada, a couple in Mexico. Majority of the games it's an American World Cup. Bad time for that shit, huh? Bad time to invite strangers from foreign lands to come and spend their money. Wow. I didn't think about that. Like, what if FIFA's like, yeah, okay, yeah, the American team can't play. You're unsuspended. Trump would throw a hissy fit. Well, then they can't play here. It'd be crazy. Although maybe not. I don't think he really gives a fuck about soccer. He thinks soccer is a fag sport, right? He's of that generation. All right, let's keep going. It says here, so the British Parliament, they're discussing mandating that FIFA ban the U.S. national team from the tournament along similar grounds to its barring of Russia. arguing that the Trump administration's conduct undermines the rules-based international order. Separately, Simon Hoare, a conservative lawmaker in the UK, argued during a speech in the House of Commons last week that a withdrawal of Britain's home nations, England, Scotland, and if it qualifies, Wales, that seems like a shot. It seems like an unnecessary shot at the good people of Wales. This guy's calling for all the English teams to boycott. And he's saying all of our teams, even Wales, if they qualify. It seemed a little unnecessary. Shot at Wales. All right, let's read that again. Separately, Simon Hoare, a conservative lawmaker, argued during a speech in the House of Commons last week that a withdrawal of Britain's home nations, England, Scotland, and, if it qualifies, Wales, from the World Cup would serve to embarrass Trump, whom he described as a thin-skinned leader with a massive ego. That's a conservative dude. See, this is what I love. This is why I watch Sky News and shit instead of CNN and stuff. Because even over there, they have the same thing we have here. They've got ultra-conservative dudes who are like, men and women shouldn't marry. They got all of that shit. And then they also have a more progressive liberal kind of wing over there. But even they're guys who would be MAGA, if there was MAGA, even those guys, the conservatives, the most awful fucking people in British politics are like, Trump is obviously a clown. And nobody's saying it. We talked about this earlier with Tom Tillis. Tom Tillis isn't running for anything, so he's free to be like, yeah, this is awful, and they're all making mistakes. He's free to do that because he's not running for anything. And I also mentioned about how Eric Swalwell, my Jimmy Stewart, thank you. Eric Swalwell during a congressional hearing last week started naming names. Well, he didn't name names, but he called out. He's like, I'm looking at some of you. I know what you Republicans, you so-called MAGA, I know what you say about him in the hallways and in your private okay, so that's a real thing. They all think he's a clown. It's just a lot of them are just, well, I'm going to go with it because you know what? This is actually kind of financially rewarding for me. I've got a t-shirt. I never thought I'd need a t-shirt store, and now I've got one because of MAGA, and they buy my stupid shit. So I'm not going to say what I really think. That's what's going on. But the guys over in England, the conservative right-wing fascist motherfuckers in England are even like, nah, this guy is bad news. You people are dumb. So that's an example of this guy. Simon Hoare, conservative lawmaker, argued during a speech in the House of Commons that a withdrawal of Britain's home nations, England, Scotland, and if it qualifies, Wales, from the World Cup would serve to embarrass Trump, whom he described as a thin-skinned leader with a massive ego. All right, there you have it. So we'll see how that goes. We got World Cup problems, ticket sales, and all that stuff apparently really down. You know what else has some ticket sales that are down? Melania. Y'all gonna watch Melania, the documentary? I watch every documentary. I'm a documentary guy. I love documentaries. Hold on, sorry. Sometimes I forget and I leave shit up. It's World Cup in gold member. CC. All right, hey, don't worry, CC. Hang out. I'm gonna get into some football stuff. I got takes on Bill Belichick in the news that he's got going on. Melania, the new movie. Yeah, we talked about Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos producing Melania. It's a 2-hour theatrical release documentary about our glamorous first lady that fucking everybody hates. Oh, I'm sorry. No, there is a very small, even within MAGA, people are like, yeah, she's obviously a gold digger. There's that vibe. But then there is, I guess, a small group of people who are like, she's the most elegant, sophisticated first lady. Okay, all right. Are they gonna cover how she got to this country? I don't know. I'm interested in all of that. I don't believe that a Jeff Bezos produced production is going to give us the real story of how her and Donald met. But we're gonna get something really romantic, I'm sure. Let's watch the trailer. It's Friday, I believe, is the day it's gonna, or tomorrow night. I guess there's like some screenings tomorrow night. Melania, let's watch this.
Here we go again.
Oh, hold on. All right, so it's going to be really hard for me to just play this without commenting because I'm sorry. She's wearing my favorite outfit ever. I love her outfits. Remember when she was going to visit like dead kids and she wore, or kids in cages. It was the kids in cages trip. She was going to visit kids in cages and she wore that jacket that said on the back, "I don't give a fuck," or whatever. It was something like that. It was like, that never got explained. That never got explained. There was never, it was a real sensitive moment. It seemed like she was being incredibly insensitive and she wore this, and then we never followed up on that. Never found out what that jacket was about. Really want to know. Maybe they'll address that in the new documentary released by Jeff Bezos and Amazon Studios. Melania.
Here we go again.
Okay, hold on, time out. I know, wait, I'll let it play more than just like this. But that's the outfit. When she went to the inauguration dressed as the Hamburglar. Oh my God, the Hamburglar outfit is my favorite Melania outfit. Literally looked like the Hamburglar. Here, I think, yeah, there she is. That's the Hamburglar hat. Just like the Hamburglar. And why not? We was a McDonald's fetishist.
Here we go again.
You can come in. Come on in. After us, legacy will be that of peacemaker.
Peacemaker and in defiance.
Beautiful. Together, with like-minded leaders, we have a voice. Is it safe?
Yeah, it's safe.
Everyone wants to know. So here it is. Hi, Mr. President. Congratulations.
Did you watch it?
I did not. Yeah, I will see it on the news.
All right, there we go. Melania. I don't know. I don't know if I'll. I have no interest in seeing it. It's not like, oh, it's Melania's out. Let's go see Melania on Friday. I mean, I'll probably eventually see it. Can't guarantee my pants will be on. It's a weird thing. First, she is indescribably hot. Credit where credit is due, man. Sorry, she's hot. She looks like a really hot trans person. Oh, I mean, come on, you know it. You know it. She looks like if somebody said, that used to be a dude. They'd be like, yeah, because she's like 6 foot tall. And she's kind of like, broader. She's trying really hard, but she's naturally beautiful. And sometimes that happens with trannies. Sometimes you'll see look, I'm a totally straight guy, but I have found myself staring at an episode of RuPaul's Drag Race going, I don't know, that one looks pretty good. I don't know. So have you. You're just cowards. Can't admit it. Anyway, so Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos has put what was the number I saw today? $115 million into this Melania vanity project. It's going to be released in theaters and then available on Amazon Prime. That's where I'll watch it. Again, probably not while wearing pants, but I'll watch it. So he spent 113 or is it 130? I don't know, whatever it is. Some crazy number over $100 million on this film for Melania because we were all demanding this. We were all demanding $100 and something million documentary about Melania. Box office tracking has it making in its opening week, which has to be its biggest week. So remember, 100 and let's say 113 million they got sunk into this thing. Right now it's tracking to make anywhere between $1 and $1.5 million in its opening week. And yeah, not going well. But again, Trump was asked about this yesterday, and he's like, "Gosh, she's setting records with ticket sales. It's going great." No, it ain't. It's going really bad. And it's not that there's like boycotts or anything like that. I mean, the producers of this film would love that. That's the kind. No, it's just there's like no interest. There's just no pre-advanced sales. It's not looking good. Now, a bunch of their rich friends could, sweep in and buy out, a whole bunch of theaters or whatever, who knows, and donate it to church groups, make them all go after church on Sunday or whatever. I don't know. They can do these things, but the pre-sales are not good. Here's the story. Melania. Bum, bum, bum. All right. So, by the way, the most successful. Oh, a little video. Got a little video we can watch. This is from CNN breaking it down. I was just going to say something, but never mind. I think the video will say it as well. Let's watch this. This is Harry Enton, who's the weird stat nerd that they have there on CNN. I like this guy. I like Harry Enton. He's like the world's most Jewish guy, young guy. He's like what Woody Allen was in 1974. That's kind of what he is now. He just seems very like New York, Manhattan raised. His father's probably some famous civil rights attorney, whatever. But anyway, I love this guy, Harry Enton. Check this out. Talking about the Melania movie. Here we go.
Tonight, early ticket sales for the new documentary Melania, not pointing to a blockbuster at this time. The president, though, says tickets are selling fast. Harry Enton is out front to tell us something we don't know. So, Harry, will the president be right?
I don't think the president is going to be right, Aaron Burnett's not the first time he was incorrect. And, what we're expecting right now in terms of how the movie is going to be received, just take a look at the projections for the Rotten Tomatoes for Melania, the chance of the score, in fact, being below 20%. That's not good, Aaron. That's not good being below 20%. A majority chance according to the prediction market odds. And why is it? Why do they?
All right, so there are odds on whether, like when you go to like Rotten Tomatoes or whatever in the score, it's certified, 80% fresh or whatever. So the bet here is that it will debut at under 20%. So like under 20% approval on this. Let's see.
They feel that the majority chance according to the prediction market odds. And why is it? Why do they feel that the odds might not be so hot to trot? Well, it comes back to the fact that's the same reason that we don't think that it's going to necessarily be selling out a whole heck of a lot of tickets. Why? Because what's the projection for opening weekend for Melania? It's just $1 to $5 million, which is, again, not so great. That's a forecast. Take a look at Fahrenheit 9/11, the top documentary of all time in the first weekend. It was $41 million for inflation. Melania, not anywhere close.
Right. Even if Trump or somebody goes in and buys a whole lot of tickets, I think with the scrutiny on this, people might be able to see what's happening. Okay, but there's also the, things might not make a lot of money, bring in a lot of money, but it's all comparative to how much money was spent on it.
Yes.
How much money was spent on Melania?
Yeah, okay, so you see that $1 to $5 million in the opening weekend projection. How about the fact that $75 million spent by Amazon? That includes the money they spent on the film to purchase the rights, $40 million, and then $35 million spent on all of the...
Okay, so 75 million and then an additional 35 million. So it's 110 million. I think I said 113. Okay, so it's $110 million that was spent by Jeff Bezos on this Melania vanity project for no other reason than to suck up to the president. That's who Jeff Bezos is.
Advertising, all of that jazz to try and build up that audience, which right now doesn't seem like they're rushing to actually see.
And one would think, given their marketing savvy.
All right, there you have it. Is Melania the MAGA canary in the coal mine? That's what a lot of people are asking. And by a lot of people, I mean me and the couple of people who occupy my brain. The canary in the coal mine being the first sign that MAGA is no longer just going to do whatever the fuck these people want. Trump would love for his wife, Melania, to have this great, huge box office hit. And Trump probably promised her that he could deliver all of the MAGA inbreds to opening week. And it doesn't seem like it's happening. So here's what's funny. How is this going to blow back on Trump? You know what I mean? Like, is she going to be a ball buster for like the next week because her movie didn't do well because he didn't rig the system? Yeah, you know, we're going to hear her like yelling things like, oh, when you needed Georgia, you could find the system to rig. She's going to be like, oh, you can't help me? Man. Anyway, I hope it fucking bombs. I hope it bombs, and I hope that it is, in fact, the canary in the coal mine. Let's see here. What are you just showing up? We already did that story. Cece says he's laying off 16,000 people, probably of the loss of money he found in this film crowd. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I don't know if you were here. All right, let's see here. Okay, here's something cool. We like to check in with the folks over at Mar-a-Lago, right? So Saturday night in the hours that followed the assassination, the murder of Alex Pretti in the streets of Minneapolis, you know, the Mar-a-Lago scene, it was probably very somber. It was probably no. This was Mar-a-Lago on Saturday night. The rich people swimming in bubbles. Oh, my God. Oh, boy. Okay. All right. That's right. All right. Hate these people. They're obnoxious, and there's about another minute left of that, so. I'll tell you, man, a gas leak, that's, you know, just everybody gets sleepy and lay down. Just lay down. Lay your pretty little feathered head. Lay down. Just that's it. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. And, you know, it's not out of the realm of speculation what with, you know, the way Florida regulates its buildings and stuff. There's a very good chance there could be a potential gas leak, something terrible, carbon monoxide. I don't know. These things have Legionnaire's disease. Is that a thing? That's, I don't know. All right, let's see here. What else do we have? What else? We're just rolling through the show at this point. See that NASA plane that landed on its belly? Yeah, we don't need to see that. All right, let's get into the Bill Belichick conversation. Oh, also, you know, a lot of NFL news. There's a lot of movements. Hold on. What are some of the big headlines? Every day we got new NFL headlines, coaching carousel, all of that good stuff. With new jobs. There's like a whole bunch of dudes that got new jobs. Browns reportedly hire former Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken. All right. Todd Monken, he's a pretty cool assistant. You know, he's been an assistant for a while. He was up for the Bears gig a couple of years ago. So Brown's going to hire Todd Monken. All right, that's good. What else? What else do we got? Yeah, Joe Brady. That's right, Joe Brady. He's over there in Buffalo now. So we got Joe Brady in Buffalo. Anything else? Am I missing any of the other ones? What's going on with the Raiders? Anything happening over there? All right, never mind. There we go. It doesn't matter. Because we're going to talk about Bill Belichick. The Hall of Fame voting went down yesterday for the NFL Hall of Fame, and Bill Belichick was snubbed, which is weird. I tweeted this yesterday. We exist in a sports sphere where Shedeur Sanders is a Pro Bowl quarterback and Bill Belichick isn't a Hall of Fame head coach. That's what yesterday was in sports headlines. Holy shit. What kind of a... So Shedeur Sanders was the 40th ranked quarterback in the NFL last year. Shedeur Sanders was the 40th ranked quarterback in the NFL last year. Folks, there are only 32 teams. That means that there were 8 backups. Wait, is that? Wait, 32, 4. Yeah. That means there were 8 backups on teams that got significant play and graded out better than Shedeur Sanders. But he's a Pro Bowler. That was shocking enough. We learned that yesterday afternoon. On the heels of that, we learned that they held a Hall of Fame vote. Bill Belichick was on the ballot, and that Bill Belichick did not get into the Hall of Fame. I mean, oh, yeah. Pretty shocking. Bill Belichick, of course, the head coach of the New England Patriots. I almost called him the Boston Patriots, which would have been weird because I'm not that old. I'm not like so old that they were ever the Boston Patriots in my lifetime. Anyway, he was head coach of the New England Patriots. Bill Belichick is, I wouldn't even say debatably, he's regularly discussed as the greatest head football coach in NFL history. He's got more Super Bowls than anybody. Tom Brady, I mean, that was a team that, reloaded, right? I mean, every couple of years, the Patriots were back. The Belichick era was an absolute grotesque avalanche of good times. So how is it that he can be now eligible for the NFL Hall of Fame and he is not a first ballot Hall of Famer? I'll tell you why. Because he's an asshole. That's the long and the short of it. I've been listening for 24 hours now, all these sports people being outraged of it. They're like, how is it? Who is fun? Well, Bill Belichick's a jerk off, and he's been a jerk off to a lot of people for a lot of years. And guess what? At some point, the people that you were a jerk off to find themselves in a position where they can fuck you, and that's what happened. Now, that's how Bill Belichick didn't get the Hall of Fame. Let's pause the hysteria for a moment and fully recognize that he will go in next year. Bill Belichick will absolutely go in next year. There's no question in anybody's mind. But here's the thing. Bill Belichick doesn't get to be called a first ballot Hall of Famer. And that's really all they wanted. They just want to do something to fuck with him. Now, there's a whole bunch of people that are offering, they had concerns that he may come back to the NFL, and you can't have an active coach be in the... Yeah, shut the fuck up. Of course you can. Stop it. Cross that bridge when you get to it. That ain't the real reason. Let's be honest. The real reason is that for about 20 years, Bill Belichick was a jerk to everybody. He won, so it was, put up with. Bill Belichick got run out of town because finally Tom Brady wasn't there anymore and they weren't as unstoppable as they had been. And people went, you know what? This guy's kind of a dickhead. Robert Kraft is like, I don't fucking even like this guy. And this is what happens. Let it be a lesson to you. Don't be a jerk to people. Don't be a jerk to people. It will come back. I'm crying no crocodile tears for Bill Belichick. It's an outrage that Bill Belichick didn't get in. No, it's not. I think it's justice. I think it's fucking awesome. And just wait. He'll get in next year. But what if he dies? He ain't gonna fucking die. He's got like a 20-year-old girlfriend. He's coaching college football. He ain't gonna fucking... Shut up. Shut up. Does he deserve to be in the Hall of Fame? Of course he does. He's the greatest coach of all. He's not the greatest coach of all time. That's Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh is the greatest coach of all time. Bill Belichick is second greatest coach of all time is George Halas. I'm sorry. He's going to be he's the third greatest. Oh, man, Lombardi. Geez, seriously, between Halas and Lombardi, they fucking changed the game. It didn't look anything like when they started. This game did not look anything like now. And at least when Bill Belichick's one of the greatest coaches of all time, and he's going in the Hall of Fame, and there is nobody thinks he's going to be excluded from the Hall of Fame. This is just a one-off where a bunch of nerds, a bunch of sports writers who have probably gotten that Belichick glare over the years decided that they were going to fuck the little prick for being a dick. So don't be a dick. How about that? How about just be cool to people? Just be cool to people. And maybe these kinds of things won't bite you in the ass. But no, I am not crying one crocodile tear for Bill Belichick. The most egregious oversight in the history of the Hall of Fame. NFL community erupts over Bill Belichick's Hall of Fame snub. The NFL community was up in arms Tuesday when word got out that legendary coach Bill Belichick did not make the Pro Football Hall of Fame in his first year on the ballot. That's all it is. That's all it is. They just don't want to give him that little extra thing that is absolutely deserved. It is absolutely deserved. If these Hall of Fames, and by the way, this is what you keep confusing, these Hall of Fames are not just all about what they do on the field. It's not. They never have been. Well, then why is Ty Cobb in there? Because what Ty Cobb did off the field back when he was playing wasn't frowned upon. He was fine. So he would spend his spare time beating up black people. Ty Cobb, that's what everybody did back then. But no, it's always had something to do with your relationship with the media, your relationship with the board. By the way, the board of the Hall of Fame, and they don't have, like, it's not like just 5-person board decides. No, it's sports writer, it's a vote. But this board, this board is just community elders in Canton. The people who actually run and oversee everything having to do with the Hall of Fame are just like, Canton, Ohio's #1 tire retailer. I just think that's wild. Like, wouldn't you think that it would be like a collection of like retired general managers and, team owners and stuff like No, it's just dudes who cut the lawn at the Hall of Fame. Somebody's got to do it. Anyway, I learned a lot of interesting stuff about the Hall of Fame in researching this Bill Belichick thing. It says here, Belichick, who's currently the head coach at the University of North Carolina, is most known for ushering in a period of unprecedented dominance for the New England Patriots. Led by Belichick and quarterback Tom Brady, the team won 6 Super Bowl championships. He also has the most playoff wins of any coach in league history and is #3 on the NFL's all-time wins leaderboard. It's a resume unmatched by any coach in history. Well, only because there were a lot of coaches who existed in history before the Super Bowl. I mean, we don't know how many Super Bowls Weeb Eubank would have ratcheted up, We don't know how many Super Bowls Curly Lambeau would have gotten in the 19th. Come on. It's different. But I get it. I get what you're saying. In modern times, certainly unmatched. The Super Bowl era. But again, Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh is a better coach. Bill Walsh in the modern era, he existed at roughly the same time as Bill Belichick. I don't know when Bill Belichick was coaching the Cleveland Browns, but I think that was probably during the Walsh era, maybe. I don't know, maybe a little after. Point is this. Belichick, who's currently the head coach of the University of North Carolina, is most known for ushering in a period of unprecedented dominance. He is #3 on the NFL's all-time wins leaderboard. Despite this, some on the Pro Football Hall of Fame voting committee felt it was not enough for Belichick to be a first ballot inductee. Yeah, it wasn't, because they got to the part where they all have to consider what kind of a dude he is and then, total the points. And he got fucking zeros in the do we like this dude category. Now, I'm sure that's not how it happened, but I hope that frames it. Kind of give you an idea of how I think he got screwed. Did he get screwed? Yes, because on balance, he certainly should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. But I don't care. I don't care, because he was a dick to people, and this is karma. This is karma. He's just going to have to be happy being like the most successful coach in modern times. The move was almost unanimously viewed as a snub in the sports world. Houston, Texas. Oh, here, let's go through some of these. Here, I'll share this with you. We'll go through some of these. We'll read some tweets. And they're all correct, by the way. All of these tweets are correct. I'm just telling you why. I'm just telling you why it happened, and I completely understand why it happened, because sometimes people like to fucking get the bully when the bully is least expecting it. J.J. Watt, he's a legend. and should be noted by all appearances, a fucking top-notch dude. JJ Watts says, I can't be reading this right. This has to be some knockoff Hall of Fame or something. It can't be the actual NFL Hall of Fame. There's not a single world whatsoever in which Bill Belichick should not be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I don't disagree, but I know why he's not. Here you go. Ryan Clark, he says, if Bill Belichick isn't a first ballot Hall of Famer, then no coach is. I've seen some ridiculous arguments made for players and coaches to be Hall of Famers, but this one should have been a no-brainer. This level of pettiness and incompetence is extremely sad. All right. I'm not interested enough in Ryan Clark to hit more. Jimmy Johnson. Let's see. Jimmy Johnson says, as a Hall of Fame coach, see, Jimmy Johnson was fun. People liked Jimmy. Jimmy was allowed. Ditka too. You know, Jimmy and Ditka are very similar in this way. They were fiery with the media, but the media liked them because they weren't dicks about it. They were emotionally volatile and they were crybabies, or at least I'm talking about Ditka. And you know, sometimes he'd throw a temper tantrum there at the podium. And he'd get into it, mean arguments with like local Chicago media and sports guys and all that kind of stuff. But then afterwards, they'd be laughing in the corner about it. You know what I mean? That's not Belichick. Belichick was just a dick. He wasn't warm. He saw everybody as, he's a military fucking freak. So he saw every interaction with the media as being like a military operation. I'm telling you, man, looking at, jeez. Coach Prime, Dion says, the disrespect to Coach Belichick is straight out ignorant. He's arguably the best NFL coach to ever coach the game. Arguably. Yeah, that's true. Sorry, he's arguably that. How quickly we forget the impact Coach Belichick made on all of us. Wow. Hashtag Coach Prime. Patrick Mahomes. Insane. Don't even understand how this could be possible. LeBron James checking in. Man, there's no way I read that right. Right? Ain't no way Bill Belichick ain't first ballot Hall of Fame. That's impossible, egregious, and quite frankly, disrespectful. All right, Mike Greenberg, RG3. If Bill Belichick isn't a first ballot NFL Hall of Famer, then no one should be. That's Tom Brady. Even if Bill Belichick ain't, I think Tom Brady still is. So RG, there you go. Just fucking dial it back. So Bill Belichick ain't in the Hall of Fame because people don't like him. Because he's a jerk. He was a jerk to people for a whole bunch of years. And, this shit sometimes comes back on you. It's tough. The super wealthy, highly regarded, godlike figure in American football who is now slumming it on the sidelines of a college team while dining out during the week with his 20-year-old Instagram model girlfriend. I think he'll survive. I think this humiliation will be enough. He'll be fine. Yeah, Maddie with some really good points. That look, Spygate and Deflategate and all of those things are probably issues that people who just don't like them use to justify their vote. But no, it's really just they didn't like them. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why those are bullshit excuses. Bill Belichick was punished for both of those things. He didn't get away with those things. They lost draft picks. I mean, so if you do the crime and then you do the time and then you come back and win like 3 more Super Bowls, you got to be like, all right, whatever. So, I mean, that's the truth about that. But I do believe that there were a lot of people who probably justified not voting for Bill Belichick by using the scandals. Spygate, Deflategate, Jesus, Aaron Hernandez. I mean, there's a lot to work with there. Bill Polian also. Bill Polian, longtime NFL general manager and a revered guy for reasons that we here in Chicago just do not understand. Bill Polian apparently led the charge there. He campaigned to keep Bill Belichick out on the first ballot. Not entirely sure what the personal issue between Bill Polian and Bill Belichick is, but Bill Polian is the name that is being mentioned most as the guy who led the charge to keep Bill Belichick out of the Hall of Fame. And Bill Polian's a Hall of Famer himself, and he's a very important guy in that circle. Bill Polian, here's what a fucking moron Bill Polian is. What did he do? Well, first of all, Bill Polian, after he stopped being a general manager, he became a hired gun that teams would hire to come in and take a look at their operation and fix it. Bill Polian is the guy that suggested Lamar Jackson be moved to wide receiver. Yeah, that was Bill Polian. He wanted that. What else? Bill Polian is also the guy that advised the Bears should really take a look at Mitch Trubisky. Yeah, that's Bill Polian. Bill Polian is also the guy that the Chicago Bears hired when they were looking for a coach, and Bill Polian came up with a gem, Matt Eberflus. All right, so Bill Polian is a fucking idiot, but they're saying he's the reason. He's the reason that Mitch Trubisky. Get the Lamar Jackson, really? You dumb old white man. Lamar Jackson can't be a quarterback. He's a 2-time MVP, you motherfucker. You couldn't have gotten that one more wrong, dumbass. Ugh, yikes. All right, let's see here. What else do we got? We did the Bill Belichick. Oh, yeah, I wanted to mention this. Hold on. So when I say that I think Bill Walsh is a much better, more important, number one NFL head coach of all time, one of the things that leads me to this is because when a coach is really effective, with the way that you can tell that a coach truly has something special, and that it's not just an incredibly well-run organization where the proper pieces came together at just the right time, which is what I think many people look at the New England Patriots of Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, and Robert Kraft. They look at that and they go, well, that's kind of what that is, but also Belichick's great and Brady's the GOAT and, all of these things. But I do think that when you take a step back and you look at coaches, I think that the coaching tree and the success of the coaching tree is incredibly important. Bill Belichick's coaching tree fucking sucks. 20, going back 25, going back 30, it fucking sucks. Bill Belichick has not produced a top-tier head coach that came from his tree ever. And I'm going to run down a list of names for you that come from Bill Belichick's coaching tree. But let me start with these names that come from Bill Walsh's coaching tree. Bill Walsh invented the West Coast offense, okay, which is still in use today. It is the offense that has been modernized by the likes of Kyle Shanahan, people like that, right? It's all based on the original West Coast offense, which Kyle Shanahan learned from his dad, Mike Shanahan, who is a Super Bowl winning head coach who also falls from the Bill Walsh tree. Mike Holmgren, Bill Walsh tree. Sam Weiss, Bill Walsh tree. George Seifert, Bill Walsh tree. Dennis Green, Bill Walsh tree. Bruce Coslett, Bill Walsh tree. Andy Reid, Bill Walsh tree. Mike Shanahan, Bill Walsh tree. Jeff Fisher, Bill Walsh tree. Brad Childress, Marty Morningwig, Mike Mularkey, Brian Billick, Tony Dungy, Mike Tice, Scott Linehan, Jack Del Rio, Marvin Lewis, John Gruden, and Mike McCarthy. That's Bill Walsh's coaching tree. Now let's turn to an article that's entitled The Sad History of the Bill Belichick Coaching Tree. All right, here's what we got. Here's what we're working with. This is Bill Belichick's NFL coaching tree history. We got Eric Mangini. We got Josh McDaniels. We got Bill O'Brien. We got Matt Patricia. We got Brian Flores. All of these guys get head jobs. Joe Judge. Brian Daboll. Jared Mayo. And that's going to do it. There you go. That is. So, I mean, like, my argument is that when you have a bunch of assistants and they consistently leave your tutelage and go off and employ the stuff they've learned from you, and then they are also successful, I think that is indicative of a coach who is doing something that's really good. Bill Belichick having this absolute lack of success in his coaching tree suggests to me that maybe it is a little bit more Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, Robert Kraft in the New England Patriot way that was the reason for that. More so than, Bill Belichick having some secret potion that he doles out to his assistants, and then they go off and they spread and the cherry trees grow. Anyway, that's my take. See, I can do sports radio. I can do sports radio as good as anybody. What's this? We got some Q Carter talk going on. Big Luke says Quincy Carter tweeted, "If Bill Belichick isn't first ballot Hall of Famer, then I withdraw from consideration from the Hall." He did not. I do not think that's true. It's a nice pull though. It's a very good pull when somebody can drop a Quincy Carter on us like that. All right. So I don't know what's going on today down there in Texas. I'm pretty sure that it's the first day since last week that my son has been in school, because I don't know, are schools open? Guys, if you're in the chat room and you're familiar with well, actually don't worry about it, because I can just open up the Plano School District page here and see if they went to school. I'm pretty sure they did. Bad weather, huh? You guys have been having some weather. Hold on, let me see. What's the temperature there? And I've got, because sometimes I get homesick, I've got Dallas weather right here. It's my second page. All right. So your snow is gone, right? Your snow is gone. It's 49 degrees. It's 50 degrees. I can't, snow can't exist in 49 degrees. So I imagine right now you're dealing with some mud, some gross rancid streets. That's okay. All right. That's good. All right. So you're through it. So Dallas is through the trouble. By the way, you know what? Wait, before I get into the story, let me show you something. Let me tell me what you think of this while I got you here. I have to be somewhere just after 5, so I'm just kind of killing time. But let me show you this. Because I don't know if this is true or not. Oh, it's gonna take me forever. Give me a second. Where are you going? We're not going anywhere. Oh, my goodness. This is a stupid long way to go for something that isn't at all that important. But okay, so here's what I wanted to say. I saw Candace Owens, you know that hot black girl, Candace Owens. She tweeted something yesterday that, oh God, see, I really do. I need to know. I need to know what it was that she said in order for this whole thing to make sense. Hold on. I think this might be a way to do it. All right, never mind. Way too much delay. All right. Where is it? Oh, I found. Oh, look at that! Hey, look at this! I found it. All right, here you go. So here. So Candace Owens tweeted this out. All right. You see this? It says, back online after internet blackout. I grew up in Connecticut and have truly never seen an ice like this ever. The temperature is 30 degrees, but the ice on our treetops is not melting at all. Never seen anything like this. Anybody else? what? Like, I read this. I read it, and a bunch of other people read it and had the same reaction. I'm like, what? She's a smart person, right? Well, not smart. She's crazy, and she has, I don't know. I think she's running a game, but that's okay. She seems clever. Is this like one of those things that people don't know? Like, does she just not know? Like, a lot of the responses to this were just people going, who's going to tell her, right? Like, does she just not know? Again, I'll read it to you. She says, back online after the internet blackout, I grew up in Connecticut and have truly never seen an ice like this ever. The temperature is 30 degrees, but the ice on our treetops is not melting. Never seen anything like this. Anybody else? All right. So does she really not know? Or is this engagement farming? I'm just the antenna is so up. Like, because look at right now, I am showing her. Now I've got a nothing stream, right? But I am showing her. I am promoting her. Am I being fooled? Am I being fished in? Because there is no way that someone that claims to know all of the shit that she knows about all the secret stuff that's going on, there is no way that at the same time she doesn't know that water freezes at 32. Right? There's no way she doesn't know that. She knows that if it's 30 degrees outside, nothing is going to melt because shit melts above 30. What is happening? I don't know what's happening. I don't know if I should feel like, oh, fuck, she got me. Thus giving her credit for actually knowing that water freezes at 32 and that it would stay frozen at 30. That 30, if it's 30, it's going to stay frozen. Am I giving her credit? I hate it. I hate the world we live in. Anyway. Peter says, okay, I'm a caveman. Who the F is Candace Owens? No, you have it backwards. If you were, in fact, a caveman, you probably would know who she is, because she is a monstrous, stupid disinformation factory. My voice is going, but that's okay. So anyway, the weather was really shitty, huh? I got this funny video. I saw this. This comes to us from our good friends at Dallas, Texas TV. One of the best follows that you can find there on Twitter or X or whatever it is that you call it. Check them out there on Dallas, Texas TV. Hold on. Check this out. The Frisco cop. What? How? What? Now, I live in a winter climate and grew up in a winter climate. I have no idea what happened here. All right. Is that does he have a driveway that also has a raised drop off? Like the side of the driveway is kind of like a raised drop off. And was his driveway completely covered in snow so he didn't see where the drop off is? That's the best that I can call. Is this in fact his house? How did his police car get like this? I have no idea. You can't park there. Oh, that bit. I hate that bit. That's an asshole bit. If you think you can't park there is a fucking scream because you yell at people, strangers having car problems, or maybe they have had an accident or something stupid has happened. And if you think it's fucking funny that in these people's worst moments, you just hang your head out the fucking window like a mangy dog and scream, you can't park there. If you think that's funny, you're fucking right. That's funny. I'm sorry. I just think it's funny. Can't park there. I mean, unless somebody's hurt. Because, please, we've all been there. We've all... Little comic relief. Peter says, we survived. Peter, we survived the ice apocalypse. We survived the ice apocalypse. I made a shitload of money driving my all-wheel drive for Lyft the last 3 days. All right. Very good, my man. Very good. Cece says my kid's school is closed tomorrow. Hold on. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter now, right? Because, I mean, they'd be out of school today. I mean, school's over. It's 4:22. So he'd be out today. He was closed today. My God. I didn't even check this. I didn't even check it today. I thought they were supposed to go back to school today. They were off. I knew that they were going to be off. My kid up in Plano. I knew he was going to be off on Monday and Tuesday. And I called him on Monday night. I'm like, oh, you got a nice little vacation here. He's like, yeah, we got to go back Wednesday, though. They didn't go back Wednesday. I mean, I don't know what to make of this, man. These kids I have never seen. Well, I guess I only know my own generation of being in school and then my kids' generation of being in school. So maybe this has been going on for years. I just didn't notice because I didn't have kids in school in the 90s. But when did schools just suddenly let kids stay home for any reason? Because back when I was in school in the 80s, we had probably, and this is not a joke. This is not a joke. In my life growing up, we had 78, which was a crazy big blizzard. 79, there was another one. There was like 78, 79. There were two big ones, too bad. And I think we had school off for a couple of days. Every other year of my life going through school in the Midwest, we had blizzards during the school year. We never had the day off. I mean, it could be insane outside and like the buses are still running. That was the big thing because I lived just far enough that if the weather was bad, I couldn't walk. But if the weather was good, I could walk. I lived just outside that range. So I used to not care about whether school was closed. I cared about whether the buses were running because there was no way my mom was going to make me walk 2 miles, to my school in a blizzard. She wasn't going to do that. So I used to sit there watching bus services. Are the buses running? And even the buses were always running. My kid, I tracked this last year. If you remember, I did this last year. It was at the end of the school year. And I believe that between Christmas, like when they came back after Christmas, New Year's break, so first of the year to the end of the school year, I think I counted only 3 weeks where they were in school 5 days a week. Only 3. What is that? Probably like 18 weeks, 16 weeks, something like that. 4 times 4, 16. Maybe 18 weeks. Only 3 they were in school 5 days a week. Yeah, I'm not making that up. They get fucking days off for everything, man. They are never in school. And it pisses me off. Not because I'm, jealous. Well, yeah, it is. It's because I'm jealous that he's always getting to stay home. Like he knows too. Like he's known that he's got 3 days off so he can stay up late and he can sleep in and he can not worry about waking up early. That wasn't our plight. They never told us the day before that we wouldn't have school for the next 2 days. We had to wake up at 7 o'clock in the morning, sit in front of the TV and wait to see if our school's name scrolled at the bottom. Then we could go back to bed. But at that point, let's be honest, we're wide awake. And so what do we do now? I Dream a Genie and Price is Right. What TV show is that? Pretty sure I was just humming My Three Sons. All right, guys, that's going to do it. It's going to do it. Back tomorrow. Boy, I gave you a whale of a show. How about somebody fucking tip this show, huh? I gave it all, man. I laid it all out today. I am emotionally exhausted. Now I got to go. Oh, man, I don't know. Support the show. Opposition Talk every day at noon. I give you as many hours as I got in me. Today I gave you a lot. I love you guys. We'll see you back here tomorrow for more. Like, follow, subscribe, do all of that stuff. I got to go. Bye.